information for something else. The point is, nobody really knows what will happen. This is an agency whose former leader, Kristi Noem, said just a few weeks ago, quote, "We need to make sure that we have the right people voting." So just make a guess, who's going to get swept off the voter rolls? People that the Republicans think are likely to vote Democratic. So sweep off black people, sweep off brown people, sweep off women, sweep off students, sweep off people in precincts that voted Democratic last time, sweep off people that you think might vote Democratic in the upcoming election. I've heard this bill called Jim Crow 2.0, harking back to the days in the South when the South blocked black people from being able to vote with a whole series of tests and barriers so that they just wouldn't have a chance to vote. The Trump bill is Jim Crow 2.0. Non-citizen voting is extremely rare in America, and Republicans know that. They've seen the same data that we have. Voter roll audits in Georgia prior to the 2024 election found only 20 registered non-citizens out of 8.2 million registered voters. That is 0.00024%. A 2024 Michigan audit found only 16 non-citizen votes out of 5.7 million votes. That's 0.00028%. So then what's going on? Why are the Republicans doing this? Why are they chewing up all of this time in the United States Senate to do this? Well, we don't have to guess because the Republicans have been saying the quiet part out loud. Republicans in Congress know that they are in deep trouble for the midterms unless they can rig the rules and pick their own voters. Donald Trump even said it himself. He said passing the SAVE Act will, quote, guarantee the midterms. Because the Republicans know, and Donald Trump knows, that the policies that they are shoving through right now are wildly unpopular. So while Trump and Republicans try to spread conspiracies and lie about the SAVE Act, it's important that each and every one of us stays focused on what the Trump administration is really doing. And here's what the Trump administration is really doing. After promising no more wars, Donald Trump has dragged the United States into an illegal and reckless war with Iran. That's lie number one. Already, at least 200 American service members have been hurt. 13 service members have lost their lives. There are American lives lost and families grieving because Donald Trump dragged us into a war based on lies. A war launched without an imminent threat to our country and without any end in sight. Now, when he ran for president, Trump promised no wars. In fact, he kept saying he would be the, quote, president of peace. He lied. The U.S. is spending at least $1 billion a day on war with Iran. If we put the money that we're using at war with Iran toward health care, we could lower costs for millions of Americans. Just this week, Donald Trump's own energy secretary said out loud, quote, "We were very aware that we would cause a little bit of increased prices on Americans." Think about that. Trump and his top officials knew that this war would raise costs for Americans, and they did it anyway. In just the first 6 days of the war, the Trump administration spent an estimated $11.3 billion. That was in 6 days. We also lost 3 F-15 aircraft in just those first few days. That'll cost us another $300 million. And estimates say that the Trump administration has kept burning about $1 billion, taxpayer dollars, a day on the war in Iran. And now we are on day 18. Some estimates look more like $2 billion a day. That's over $23,000 every second. Something like $11.5 million since I started this speech. So let's look at Trump's warmongering by the numbers. $11.3 billion, the estimated cost of the first 6 days of Trump's war. $5.6 billion, the cost of munitions spent by the Pentagon in the first 2 days of the war. $300 million, the cost to replace 3 F-15s lost to friendly fire in the first week of the war. $50 billion, how much the Trump administration says it wants to add to an already massively inflated defense budget to pay for a war that was never authorized by Congress. $1 trillion, the Pentagon's budget this year. $1.5 trillion, the total amount that Trump is reportedly requesting for the Pentagon budget for next year. That means Republicans in Congress want to increase the Pentagon's budget by $500 billion. Now, to put these numbers in context, the Trump administration will spend $30 billion in just the first 30 days of the war. That is exactly how much we could have used to lower costs for millions of people for an entire year, people who got knocked off their health care or saw their premiums go up because of Trump's health care cuts. So instead of going to war with Iran, we could lower health care costs and actually save lives here at home. Here's one more, $12 billion, a number we've already passed. $12 billion is what it would cost to restore the expanded child tax credit for 1 year. So in less than 2 weeks of Donald Trump's war, we spent the same amount of money that would have lifted millions of kids out of poverty. For the same amount the U.S. is burning on just one single day of Donald Trump's reckless war with Iran, we could provide a full year's worth of food assistance for nearly 500,000 Americans, or Medicaid coverage for 300,000 children. But there's one more thing we could have done with the $12 billion the Trump administration has spent on war with Iran. We could have provided housing assistance for around 1 million Americans. We could have lowered prescription drug costs for tens of millions of people. We could have paid the entire National Park Service for more than 3 years. We could have given Pell Grants to 1.6 million students so they could afford to go to college. We could have provided retirement and disability pay for veterans wounded in combat and still had plenty of money left over. We could have helped pay the salaries of more than 100,000 teachers and nurses, 2 jobs that are crucial and where we've seen shortages. We could have funded Direct File, the program that lets Americans file their taxes online and for free. We could have funded that for 2 whole decades. We could have provided humanitarian assistance for countries around the world for almost 3 full years. That is a huge amount of money. And I want to talk about one more thing we could be spending taxpayer money on instead of Trump's reckless war in Iran, making child care more affordable for families. Here's the thing. People have been getting child care all wrong. Child care costs are painfully high. Right now, families are having to choose between breaking the budget, being forced to cut back on work hours, or settling for lower quality care just to ensure that their kids have a safe place to be while the parents are working. In 49 of the 50 states, families pay more for child care for their 2 kids than they do for rent. And the reason why costs are so high is that right now people think of childcare as a privilege or as a service that's for sale. That is wrong. We should be thinking of universal childcare as basic public infrastructure. We should be thinking about it the same way we think about roads and highways. Why? Because for this country to work, we need to care for our kids. And when parents don't have childcare, they can't go to work. Investing in universal childcare is also good for our kids' development, and it is good for our economy. We need affordable childcare just as much as we need schools to educate our workers and bridges to connect goods to the market. It's basic infrastructure to make this country run. It is the infrastructure we need to thrive. And up until now, our nation just hasn't been thinking about childcare that way. This is why we need to invest in childcare for every family. You know, it's just basic supply and demand. There are a whole bunch of families that need childcare, but there are a whole lot fewer childcare workers. Normally, when we want to attract more workers to an area, we just pay them more. But childcare prices are already sky high, and families just can't afford it. So where does that leave us? There's a huge gap that the federal government needs to fill. Imagine if the federal government didn't invest in roads and bridges, we just wouldn't have them. And that's what's happening with childcare. And it's why we need to invest in universal childcare and raise wages for childcare workers. They should at least make the same amount as local public school teachers. In the wealthiest country on this planet, access to affordable, high-quality childcare and early childhood education should not be a privilege reserved for the rich. It should be a right. But instead of talking about lowering child care costs, Donald Trump is delivering a punch to the gut to every parent struggling with those costs. Donald Trump is spending billions of dollars a week bombing Iran for reasons he cannot explain, but he cannot find a nickel to help the millions of people who are struggling to pay for health care, groceries, or child care. But this is a 1-2 punch. The Trump administration is spending a tremendous amount of money on war, and the war is also driving up costs for Americans. Take the price of gasoline over the past month. For months, Donald Trump has been saying gas prices are going down. He has been loud and proud about it. Right now, the average price for gas is more than $3.70 a gallon, more than 80 cents higher per gallon than just 1 month ago when Donald Trump started this war. That's more than a 25% increase in gas prices in a single month, which Donald Trump called a very small price to pay. Whoa, spoken like a billionaire. We have not seen gas prices jump this much since Russia attacked Ukraine. And now, Donald Trump's war is choking off the Strait of Hormuz. That's where about 1/5 of the world's oil and natural gas supply comes through, and right now, it's all bottled up. So what does that mean? Trump's war with Iran means gas prices are skyrocketing for American families here at home. And Donald Trump's response? If they rise, they rise. In other words, he just doesn't care. Here's another one. Food prices. About 1/3 of the world's fertilizer goes through that same Strait of Hormuz. And the prices jumped up by 30% in the days after Trump started this war. One U.S. farmer even said his fertilizer suppliers are warning that they just can't get the fertilizer. It's not only the price has gone up, it just literally is not available. So you've got all this fertilizer that can't go through the Strait of Hormuz, can't make it to our farmers here in America. And without that fertilizer, the farmers say they just can't plant as much food this year. And what's that going to mean? It means food prices will go up. So that's gasoline, that's food. But the prices of clothes, of technology, basically anything that's moved around by trucks that use gasoline or diesel, the prices for all of those goods will go up as well. Diesel prices are already up by more than 25%, raising the cost of shipping goods, including Amazon packages and food, nationwide. And jet fuel prices have shot up by 58% since Trump started the war. Airlines are passing these costs on to consumers by pushing ticket prices up even higher. Donald Trump's war with Iran is gearing up to become another forever war that burns billions of taxpayer dollars and makes life even more expensive for Americans here at home. This is a war that the American people do not want and did not ask for, but they're the ones who are footing the bill. And what does Trump administration have to say about that? Well, listen to Trump's top economic advisor. He said, quote, "If the war were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about what we'd want to do about that. But that's really the last of our concerns right now." Consumers, the last of our concerns. Higher prices for your family, the last of our concerns, according to the Trump administration. Look, you don't need to wonder why prices are going up. The Trump administration has said the quiet part out loud. The higher costs for American families are the last of the concerns for the Trump administration, and they can't even be bothered to worry about lowering costs for the American people. Lie number 2. Oh, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, and other top Trump officials just can't keep their story straight. They have no clear plan, and for weeks have failed to tell the American people what the goals are for this war and when this war will end. First, Trump said the war would be over in 4 to 5 weeks. Okay, that was 3 weeks ago. Since then, Trump has said all of these things. The war is won. The U.S. still needs to finish the job. The operations could end soon. The military may need to go further. Every hour, the Trump administration's justification for this war sounds completely different. Why did the U.S. strike Iran? On March 2nd, Pete Hegseth said it was to end a 47-year war. The same day, Hegseth said it's because Iran refused to negotiate. And in another comment on the same day, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said it was a response to Israel planning to strike. And then, on the same day, Donald Trump said it had nothing to do with Israel planning to strike. Donald Trump said, quote, "If anything, I might have forced Israel's hand." Rubio then said Iran would have, quote, "so many short-range missiles in a year. That's the reason to initiate the war." 2 days later, Trump says the reason why the U.S. struck Iran is because he had, quote, "a good feeling that Iran would strike U.S. assets and our personnel in the region." Look, there's just one story after another, and none of them add up. How can the American people trust this government when this government can't even keep its own story straight? And the Trump administration clearly has no plan for how this war will end. On the very first day of the war, Trump called the attacks, quote, "major combat operations in Iran." A week later, Trump called it, quote, "short-term excursion that were, quote, getting very close to finishing." And what's the goal? The administration has no clue. On day one of the war, Trump told the American people he had to attack Iran because Iran posed an imminent threat based on their nuclear capabilities. But remember, Last June, Trump bombed Iran and claimed that Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities had been, quote, completely and totally obliterated. Both of those things cannot be true at the same time. And understand this, if Trump believes that Iran's nuclear ambitions are a threat, then he had a chance to curb them. In fact, the United States had a deal that could have prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. That was President Obama's nuclear deal with Iran, and Trump ripped up that deal, and here's the best part, got nothing in return. So instead of doing the hard work of diplomacy to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, Trump lies to the American people while dragging us into yet another reckless war that is costing American lives. If you can believe it, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have even given conflicting takes on whether or not this war is over. On March 8th, Hegseth said, quote, "This is only just the beginning." The next day, March 9th, Trump said the war is, quote, "complete," pretty much. But he also said, quote, "You could say both, very complete and just the beginning." Trump also said, quote, that we haven't won enough and that we will, quote, "go further." But just days later, he said, quote, "We won. The first hour, it was over." And then he said, quote, "We don't want to leave early, do we? We've got to finish the job." Then last week, Trump said, "We're ramping up strikes." How long will this war go on? Well, one day after the war, Trump said, quote, 4 to 5 weeks. The same day, Hegseth said, quote, "more or less than 2, 4, or 6 weeks. And then he added, quote, "it could move up, it could move back." Then Hegseth said, quote, "we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interest." On March 10th, Hegseth said, "it's up to Trump." He said, quote, "our will is endless. Ultimately, the president gets to determine the end state of those objectives." On March 11th, Trump said the war with Iran will end, quote, "soon." Look, this is not a game. This administration is sending young Americans to die overseas. And that means our government leaders need to treat this conflict with life and death seriousness. Instead, they don't even have the decency to level with the American people. Yet another lie from the Trump administration was about the horrific U.S. military strike on an elementary school in the early days of the war. Last week, a preliminary investigation by the Department of Defense confirmed that it is likely that it was our own military that bombed a girls' school in Iran. This is one of the most devastating military mistakes in decades. 175 people were killed. Most of them were children. Now, before the investigation, Trump said over and over that the attack was done by Iran. But even after the investigation, Trump kept lying to the American people. He said, quote, he didn't know about the investigation, an investigation done by his own military on one of the most horrific military mistakes in recent history. And remember, Pete Hegseth gutted the office that was in charge of preventing civilian harm. How do I know? I led the charge to establish that office in the first place. Hegseth is also purging the military's legal experts, the people who act as legal guardrails, and ordered a, quote, ruthless overhaul to make sure that no one else who might question him is left standing. It is a betrayal of our service members and a betrayal of the American people that we still have no answers and no accountability. So what would accountability look like here? Well, for starters, Pete Hegseth should be fired immediately. Hegseth's long pattern of chaos and incompetence has put our service members and the American people at risk. And we haven't even scratched the surface of Signalgate or Hegseth's role in the boat strikes that could be war crimes. Pete Hegseth has got to go, and he needs to go now. Now, the basic story here is pretty straightforward. Working families are struggling to pay for basic needs like groceries, housing, healthcare, electricity, and now prices are shooting up even higher because of Donald Trump's new war in Iran. Donald Trump's dangerous actions overseas are making everyday life both more expensive, and regular Americans are paying the price. That's Trump's America in a nutshell. And instead of changing their policies and actually trying to help the American people, and not just themselves and their rich buddies, Trump and the Republicans are working to keep as many Americans from voting as humanly possible. That's what this bill is really about. And every senator who cares about our democracy should vote no. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from the great state of Texas.
Mr. President, I came back to Washington, D.C. on Monday afternoon and decided I was going to leave some hamburgers, some Whataburger, famous hamburger from Texas, with some of the TSA agents who have not received a paycheck now for 2 pay periods. And we've seen the pictures during spring break and during all the activities in Austin. South by Southwest is going strong, and so there's a lot of stress on the men and women who are working in the Transportation Security Agency. And they're not being paid because of the Democrats' obstruction. In fact, they are objecting to the payment of not only TSA agents, but also the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Coast Guard, and as it turns out, one of the premier criminal investigation directorates in the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as Homeland Security Investigations. This morning during the Worldwide Threats hearing before the Senate Intelligence Committee, this was a public hearing, the FBI director confirmed that Homeland Security Investigations was a critical part of the interagency process to deal with the threat of homegrown terrorism. On March the 1st, we had a gunman go into 6th Street, a heavily populated area where people like to party, and proceeded to kill 3 innocent people and wound 12 others. He wore a sweatshirt that said "Property of Allah" and a T-shirt underneath that bore an Iranian flag. Of course, we're all familiar with the incidents that have occurred in New York, in Virginia, in Michigan at the synagogue, and numerous other places, which will be repeated time and time again as long as Democrats decide not to pay the very people who we're depending on to investigate these cases and protect the American people. I know a lot of focus has been on TSA, and certainly they deserve to be paid and are doing heroic work. And by delivering some lunch to them, I thought, well, this at least will show some sort of appreciation. Unfortunately, I couldn't deliver them a paycheck. That's all I could do because of the obstruction on the Democratic side of the aisle. But this is something that I don't know whether the American people or even members of the Congress are fully aware of. that by blocking the Department of Homeland Security funding, the Homeland Security Investigations Directorate in the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Department of DHS is not being paid, which is endangering the safety of the American people. Director Patel of the FBI confirmed that this morning. This has got to stop. It's hurting a lot of innocent people for no good cause. It's all based on political posturing, and innocent people are being hurt in the process. Mr. President, the Senate obviously is currently debating the Save America Act. I'm grateful to our colleague from Utah, Senator Lee, for introducing this legislation, and to Senator Thune for bringing it up to the floor for debate and vote. And I want to recognize the contribution of my friend on the other well across the Capitol in the House of Representatives, Chip Roy, and others who championed this legislation all along. It does some very simple things that in a normal world would not be controversial. It says if you want to be an American citizen, if you want to vote, you got to be an American citizen. And if you want to cast a ballot, you have to have a photo ID, the same thing you need to get on an airplane or to buy cigarettes or a six-pack of beer at a convenience store. Not particularly, shouldn't be controversial matters. But you know, you begin to wonder, okay, why would they oppose something that has such broad support among the electorate based on public opinion polling? Is that because the Democrats believe that illegal immigrants ought to be able to vote? And that a person ought to be able to cast a ballot without being able to confirm they are in fact the person who they claim to be? I think that's a very troubling matter, and I think it's Trump derangement syndrome myself. It's almost like anything and everything that President Trump proposes or does, Democrats reflexively oppose. The senator from Massachusetts was just here complaining about trying to take out the Iranian nuclear threat. Iran's the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. They've been enriching uranium in order to build a nuclear weapon. They've been building a stockpile of ballistic missiles and testing a space program that essentially will give them the technical knowledge they need to deliver intercontinental ballistic missiles, to ultimately manufacture those. And our colleagues on the other side of the aisle say this was not a threat to the United States. Well, in this same hearing we had this morning on global threats before the CIA, the DIA, the DNI, and all the alphabet soup of federal intelligence community components, they said this was a threat not only to us and our interests, but also to our allies in the region. And the idea that we would sit back and do nothing while Iran acquires a nuclear weapon is just sheer madness. Again, what you have to ask yourself, why would our Democratic colleagues say, well, that's okay, we're not going to do anything, when the Iranian regime has had American blood on its hands and responsible for killing Americans over the years since the Iranian Revolution in 1979. And can you imagine them getting access to a nuclear weapon, what that would do to the Middle East and world peace, and then acquiring the ballistic missile capability, be able to deliver that weapon thousands of kilometers away? Well, the very least thing that would happen is all the Gulf states would start to acquire nuclear weapons, and we'd have a nuclear arms race. And who knows what would be the outcome of that. So I don't know what it is about the way Democrats react to President Trump's proposals. It seems like they want to take the opposite view of President Trump no matter what it is. They wouldn't even stand up at the State of the Union when he said Stand up if you believe that we ought to enforce our laws and we ought to celebrate the people who keep our communities safe. And virtually all the Democrats sat on their hands because the last thing they would want to do is be found to agree with President Trump, even about something as obvious as that. So they picked the side of illegal immigration and non-enforcement of our immigration laws, which has proved to be an unmitigated disaster during the Biden administration, and we're now having to clean up for that mess. So it just is amazing to me that we find ourselves at this particular time in our nation's history where we are so polarized and where there is no willingness to try to work together in the best interest of the country. So here we are on a bill that would require only American citizens to vote and that you need a photo ID in order to cast your ballot. Well, our Democratic colleagues are, of course, doing what they usually do under these circumstances and saying this legislation will disenfranchise voters. Well, it will disenfranchise illegal aliens. It will disenfranchise non-citizens. That's the point. And they don't want to do that? Well, again, you have to wonder why. Is that because they want non-citizens, illegal immigrants, to be able to vote? Well, we know for every illegitimate vote cast that it undermines and dilutes the vote of those of us who are American citizens and who are entitled to cast a ballot. Well, I don't really get it. They're certainly appealing to a slice of the American electorate that I have a hard time understanding. But they ought to at least tell the truth. And the truth is, we are perfectly capable of making sure that this bill does not disenfranchise any American citizen, and that every American citizen who's entitled to vote can get a government-approved voter ID. We already do that in many of the red states like Texas. It's just some of the blue states where they like lax voting integrity laws. And you have to, again, wonder why that is. And it doesn't lead you to a very pleasant or welcome conclusion. Well, we all know, as I said, that public opinion is on the side of this legislation. 71% of voters under a recent Harvard-Harris poll, including 50% of Democrats and 69% of independent voters, support the Save America Act. A 2025 poll from the Pew Research Center showed 83% of voters. You don't get consensus like that very often on any particular issue. But it included, that 83% included 71% of Democrats that supported requiring a photo identification when someone casts their ballot. These are apolitical polling organizations. They're not funded by Republican donors, and they don't have ties to any political operatives on the right. So the idea that Republicans are somehow trying to ram through a piece of partisan legislation, there's no evidence of that. It is false. It's untrue. The majority of Americans, including a majority of many Democrats and independents, support the Save America Act and its goals. If there are things that we need to do to tweak the bill to make it better, if our Democratic colleagues would help us in a way that they think would make sure we don't inadvertently disenfranchise anyone, we're more than happy to work with them. That's how legislation is supposed to be written. So it's shocking to me that none of our Democratic colleagues are willing to vote with Republicans on this common sense piece of legislation. Furthermore, talk about disenfranchisement of voters is simply insulting. It's blatantly untrue. Americans need a government-issued ID in order to drive a car, to buy a phone, to open a bank account, to buy a six-pack of beer, to get on an airplane, and the list goes on. I have never heard a complaint from any one of my almost 32 million constituents about their inability to drive because of the onerous burden of getting a driver's license, a photo ID. You can't rent a house without a government ID. The American people are smarter than I think Democrats give them credit for. The Democrats really think the American people won't be able to deal with this challenge of demonstrating that they are, in fact, legally qualified to vote and that they are who they say they are by producing a photo ID. Well, one objection we've heard from our colleagues is, well, it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote, so why do we need a law requiring proof of citizenship? Well, if it weren't for the blue states that have lax voting laws, they don't check ahead of time to make sure somebody's actually legally qualified to vote. And once someone casts a ballot, it's almost impossible to figure out how to prosecute, identify and prosecute that individual. And the election's already over. Well, we look at the crime wave we see in many blue cities across the country after they defunded the police. That's another bright idea of our friends on the left. Resulted in thefts, carjacking, and murder. All of these activities were illegal, but because the law wasn't being enforced to deter these crimes, they happened. So just because something's illegal without enforcement, deterrence doesn't occur. And that's why we need a vote photo ID. It's also because with the dramatic increase of mail voting, voting by mail, that happened during the COVID pandemic, many Americans rightly became worried that this process of voting by mail could be abused. If a ballot is mailed to the wrong address, particularly if it's not solicited, if it's just mailed out en masse to various addresses, there's not much stopping the wrong person from filling it out, forging a signature, and dropping it in the mail. And without an enforcement mechanism like the Save America Act to prevent fraudulent voting, it makes no difference that it is technically already illegal. Without enforcement, it's going to happen. Mr. President, we are blessed to live in a country, a democratic republic founded on the principle of self-government. But the essence of the authority that we exercise here in Congress is as a result of the consent of the governed. That's where all authority comes from, the American people. And it is antithetical to the idea of consent of the governed that somebody who is not legally qualified to vote can cast a ballot, or somebody who wrongly claims to be another person can drop an unsolicited mail ballot into the mail and have that vote counted. It undermines the very basic foundation of what makes our country unique. Plus, people who are citizens and who are qualified to vote are entitled to know that their vote isn't going to be offset or diluted or undermined by somebody who's not legally qualified to vote. They deserve to know, we all deserve to know, that when we go to the polling place and cast a vote, that our vote is not being diluted by fraudulent voters who are voting early and often, or by somebody who's not qualified to vote by virtue of the fact that they're not a citizen. They're illegally in the country. Now, in my state and in many red states, I'm grateful that our state legislators had taken steps to address this problem. But in many blue states, that's not the case, and that's the reason we need a national law to deal with that, because of the blue states that are okay, apparently, with allowing non-citizens to vote, and they don't require any identification, so somebody can falsely claim to be somebody else and mail in an unsolicited mail-in ballot. So I'm grateful to our leadership in the state of Texas, Governor Abbott and the rest, to make sure that we have safe and secure elections through secure mail-in voting. And I'm proud we've taken this issue seriously and required voter ID. We started doing that more than a decade ago. But in many states, blue states, as I said, they've not done their due diligence to protect elections by preventing non-citizens or illegal aliens from voting. The American people deserve better than this. It's not enough to have safe and secure elections in places like Alaska and Texas. We need them in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. Nor is it enough for it to be technically already illegal for non-citizens to vote, because, as I said, without enforcement, that's a meaningless requirement. The right of the American people to participate in the process of self-government must be effectively safeguarded in every state across the nation. In order for Congress to exercise the only legitimate authority there is in a democratic republic, which is based on consent of the governed. It's based on the fact we run for elections and we're elected by people who are qualified to vote to represent their views in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. So, Mr. President, the solution's clear, and it's flabbergasting that this is even controversial, that our Democratic colleagues would be opposed. I've done everything in my power, including supporting the use of the talking filibuster and being open to other reforms to the legislative filibuster, as I discussed in a recent op-ed in the New York Post, in the hopes of passing this bill through the Senate and getting it to the President's desk. Mr. President, 70% of Americans support the Save America Act. Now the Senate must do whatever it takes for this monumental legislation, this common sense legislation, to become the law of the land. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
Before I speak, the leadership asked me to make this unanimous request. I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Okay. Mr. President, I thank Senator Cornyn for his strong remarks in support of honest elections. I come to the floor for a different reason, but in support of what Senator Cornyn said, I want people to know that I have spoken on this issue already, and I'm not going to speak again, but I support and am a co-sponsor of Save America Act. In 8th grade civics and high school government classes, people studying the Congress and Article 1 of the Constitution probably go away from that study with the view that Congress only passes legislation and appropriates money. I wish they spent as much time on the constitutional responsibility of the Congress to be a check on the executive branch of government. I call that oversight. In schools, it's probably called other terms. I come to the floor today to emphasize this because this is the 21st anniversary of Sunshine Week. Sunshine Week continues to be a crucial reminder of the importance of open government and transparency. Sunshine Week emphasizes the checks and balances of government. 535 members of Congress have a responsibility of not only passing laws, but to see that the president faithfully executes those laws according to congressional intent. And when the president doesn't do that, to call a president out on that point of view. It's too bad we only use 1 week a year out of 52 to emphasize that. But Sunshine Week emphasizes something that's pretty simple. The public's business ought to be public. It also emphasizes another thing, that transparency and accountability are important checks on the federal government. It reminds bureaucrats that they ultimately work for and answer to we, the people. One transparency tool that I value is the Freedom of Information Act. That law requires government to proactively make materials public and also to respond to our requests and the public's request for information. After all, if it doesn't deal with national security and people's privacy, the public's business ought to be public. Last year, I held a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing highlighting how important this law is to government transparency. And congressional oversight is a part of my constitutional duty to protect taxpayers and to hold government accountable to the American people. And that also applies to 534 other members of Congress. A very important way to make this role of checks and balances work is listening to whistleblowers. Whistleblowers play a very critical role in this duty of congressional oversight. Whistleblowers are, for the most part, in the executive branch of government. They know what's being done according to law and money being spent appropriately. They see something wrong, they tell higher up in their agency about it. Sometimes that doesn't happen, or they don't get the actions that they think is appropriate to make sure the law is followed. So then these whistleblowers end up coming to those of us in Congress. Whistleblowers are patriots and our most powerful tool in rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, and of course misconduct, including the weaponization of our government. Too often, whistleblowers are treated like skunks at a picnic in the agencies they work in, when they ought to be commended for their bravery. It ought to be easier, not harder, for whistleblowers to report misconduct, particularly to the Congress. Whistleblowers must be protected from retaliation and fully informed of their rights under the laws we passed protecting whistleblowers. That's why this Congress, I've introduced legislation to extend the anti-gag provisions to cover federal employees of executive agencies, government corporations. This anti-gag provision requires government non-disclosure policies and similar agreements to inform employees that they can blow the whistle to Congress and to the agency's inspectors general. I've also introduced bipartisan legislation clarifying that duty speech whistleblowers have the same burdens of proof as other federal employees to prove retaliation. I've worked with the Trump administration to fix the wrongs of the Biden administration for whistleblowers across multiple federal agencies. I've urged Secretary Bassett to remedy the Biden-era retaliation against IRS whistleblowers Gary Shapley and Rosa Sigler. Thanks to the Trump administration, because this wouldn't happen without Trump being reelected, in March of 2025, these whistleblowers were promoted to leadership positions. Of course, let me emphasize, they shouldn't have been fired in the first place, and these are two examples of whistleblowers being treated like skunks at a picnic. I also worked with the Trump Department of Homeland Security to secure promotions for Customs Border Patrol whistleblowers Mark Jones, Mike Taylor, and Fred Wynn in May of 2025. These men face severe retaliation during the Biden administration. In August of last year, I assisted 10 FBI whistleblowers with their compensation agreements with the FBI. These whistleblowers were subject to demotions, security clearances. Those were suspended, and other retaliations for reporting misconduct at the Biden Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation. Earlier this year, I worked with the Trump administration to secure an alcohol, tobacco, firearm whistleblower, new employment, and a financial agreement. He, like others, was severely retaliated against by the Biden Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Agency. Thanks to whistleblowers, we know that partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors created and advanced the partisan investigation known as Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was a vehicle to improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. Subpoenas went out for about 400 conservative and Republican organizations and individuals. Jack Smith and the FBI secretly obtained tolling data from Republican members of the Congress. Jack Smith and his team issued at least 197 subpoenas targeting these 400 individuals and entities. Jack Smith, by the way, all of these entities and individuals were Republican. Jack Smith set out almost the day after Trump announced he was going to seek re-election to put President Trump in prison. And that all went on during the Biden administration. Now I've launched a new Arctic Frost website outlining my investigations and the thousands of pages of records that I've made public. And I'd like to note to everybody, a majority of these records were made public through me from whistleblowers, not the government agency itself, which once again emphasize if you want the public's business to be public, if you want transparency to bring accountability, you see the very famous or very important role that whistleblowers play in government accountability. In November last year, I also made public records showing the partisan officials at the Department of Justice and FBI interfered with investigations also alleged wrongdoing by the Clinton campaign. Despite records showing that FBI agents had evidence the Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee intentionally concealed payments that targeted then candidate Trump, meaning during his first campaign, Department of Justice officials Richard Pilger and J.B. Cooney declined to investigate. Pilger and Cooney were also at the center of greenlighting Arctic Frost and Jack Smith's elector case against President Trump. Now, it happens that political infection isn't just a Department of Justice and FBI problem. In November 2024, I wrote to FEMA after reports alleged agency workers instructed a team responding to hurricane survivors to avoid homes with yard signs showing support for President Trump. Reportedly, at least 20 homes in Florida weren't given opportunities for FEMA assistance. In response to my oversight requests, the Trump FEMA told my office it fired 3 employees who engaged in this type of misconduct for political purposes, which was presumably to hurt President Trump's election efforts. Through my oversight, I've also exposed flaws in the Health and Human Services program called the National Human Trafficking Hotline. I've also pressed the State Department on then Secretary Kerry's obstruction of arrests of Iranian terrorists, and third, sought to obtain information from multiple agencies on Afghan evacuees responsible for the horrific shooting of 2 service members from the West Virginia National Guard. Now, the federal government isn't the only bad actor who whistleblowers provided sunlight on. Last Congress, the Simon Wiesenthal Center disclosed to my office that Credit Suisse obstructed an internal investigation of the bank's Nazi-linked accounts. In February 2026, I held a bipartisan Senate Judiciary Committee on this very matter. It revealed that Credit Suisse maintained at least 890 accounts linked to Nazi officials. My hearing also revealed UBS, that's a bank, who has since acquired Credit Suisse, has begun similar obstructive conduct. So here we get to the end of my remarks. As my examples show, whistleblowers are key to transparency. Sunshine Week that we're celebrating this week is an opportunity for the country to highlight the righteous fight for transparency in government. Again, repeating, the public's business ought to be public. Transparency of everything that goes on in government brings accountability. Sunshine is essential to making government accountable to we, the people. I yield.
Chuck, is it okay if I talk now? Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today in strong support of a bill that I have supported from the very beginning, that being the SAVE Act. The Save America Act is common sense. At its core, this legislation is about something very simple, protecting the integrity of our elections. All this bill does is it ensures that U.S. citizens vote in U.S. elections, and that when you show up to vote, you have to prove who you are. That's not too much to ask of someone who's showing up to vote. It's common sense. Now, while it is simple, it is also essential. The right to vote is the foundation of our republic. Trusted, secure elections are what have made us the greatest nation in the world and a beacon of freedom for nearly 250 years. We cannot take this for granted. Across the country, we've seen radical groups weaken election integrity and chip away at Americans' confidence in elections. In some places, voter rolls have been padded with non-citizens, and basic verification methods have become an afterthought, undermining the constitutional rights of the rest of us who are American citizens. The Save America Act puts a stop to this by requiring proof of citizenship when registering to vote, something many states, including my state of Idaho, already enforce. Idaho already has some of the most secure elections in the nation. The Save America Act simply holds the rest of the country to the same standard we follow in the GEM state, thus ensuring that all of us in America are held to the same standard and to an election that is a believable election and has confidence of America. Now, there's been a great deal of misinformation regarding the SAVE Act. So let me state clearly what this act does and does not do. First, the Save America Act does not federalize our elections. It keeps them squarely in the hands of the states, as it should be. Second, some of my Democrat colleagues claim this legislation is voter suppression. That is simply false. The requirements to vote in our elections are clear. You must be a U.S. citizen, at least 18 years old, and a resident of the state where you are registered. That's not too much to ask. It certainly doesn't suppress votes. The Save America Act does not change those requirements or add unnecessary red tape. What it does is ensure that the most fundamental requirement, U.S. citizenship, is actually verified when someone registers to vote. Under current law, individuals can register to vote in federal elections by simply checking a box claiming they are a citizen. The Save America Act closes that loophole by requiring proof of U.S. citizenship at the beginning of the voter registration process. It only needs to be done once. That is not voter suppression. It is basic election integrity. Third, Democrats are arguing that requiring identification makes voting harder. But Americans already show identification for countless activities in routine daily life. We needed to drive a car. We needed to board an airplane. We needed to go to work for a job, and so much more. If we expect ID for these basic actions, it's only reasonable to expect that proof of citizenship before someone is allowed to participate in federal elections. Poll after poll shows that the vast majority of Americans, Republicans and Democrats and independents, support requiring identification and proof of citizenship to vote. So, let's do our job and vote for what the American people want. Every American should have confidence that when they cast a ballot, their vote counts and is not diluted by non-citizens voting in the same election. The Save America Act ensures that that's what happens. Safeguarding our elections is not only common sense, it is integral for a country like the United States of America that is a robust democracy have in order for people to have confidence in the country. That's why I'm committed to doing what it takes to pass the Save America Act. I'm proud to support this bill and work with my Republican colleagues to get it to the President Trump's desk to be signed into law. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think all of us know here in the Senate that senators have the ability to write the titles of their own bills. You can give a bill whatever name you want, whether it's accurate and true or misleading. And in this case, we have a bill that's been entitled the Save America Act. But make no mistake, this is not about saving America. That is a fraud on the American people. And what we are hearing from our Republican colleagues and what we hear from the President of the United States is that there's this rampant non-citizen voting in our election. Donald Trump says there's so many non-citizens voting at the polls that they're rigged. In fact, that's why he lost in 2020, he says. But of course, we know there's zero proof for that. We know, in fact, that it's a big lie. It's already illegal to vote if you're not a United States citizen. And the cases of non-citizen registration and non-citizen voting are vanishingly rare, almost non-existent. So what is this really about? Well, it is about Trump's obsession with a federal takeover of our elections. That's not my word, that's his. He said he wanted to take over our elections. And they do, Donald Trump does, want to make it particularly hard for voters who they think will vote against them, wants to make it particularly hard for those voters to actually be able to cast their votes. And that's what this bill is all about. It is about making it more difficult for millions and millions of Americans to exercise their right to vote, and calculated to try to make it harder for those Americans who President Trump assesses will vote against him or against Republicans. Why else would Donald Trump have said, quote, "It will guarantee the midterms"? By it, he meant this bill. So the President of the United States is saying that if Republicans pass this bill, it will guarantee them the midterm elections. The only way that could be true is if this bill were designed to try to prevent, slow down, make it harder for millions of Americans to cast their vote who Republicans and Donald Trump think will vote against Republicans in the midterms. He goes on to say, quote, if you don't get it, big trouble. Meaning that if we actually let American citizens vote and we don't put up these additional restrictions, President Trump assesses that Republicans will lose the midterms, and he's desperate to change that. We already saw that in the redistricting effort in Texas and other places around the country. This is part and parcel of that effort. Donald Trump said that was the goal, and in fact, recently fired former Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said the same thing in different words. Here's what she said a few weeks ago in Arizona. Said, quote, we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people to vote. And then she said the other part out loud, to vote to elect the right leaders. In other words, let's try to shape the electorate by passing this bill so that we the Republicans and President Trump get the voters they want to elect the, quote, leaders they want, meaning Republicans. That's what this is all about. It's not about saving America. It's about saving Republicans in the midterm elections and beyond. And they do this by making it harder for citizens to vote. So yes, it is suppressing the vote. If you make it harder for anyone in this room who's an American citizen or anybody around the country to go out and cast their vote, if you put up hurdles to casting those votes, yes, it's making it more difficult to vote. That is suppressing the vote. So let's look a little more deeply at the underlying claims behind this bill, right? The claim that we have all these non-citizens that are voting. They can't prove it. In fact, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, said that non-citizens voting is something they know is happening, quote, intuitively. Intuitively. He went on to say, but it's not something that's easily provable. Not something easily provable. That's ridiculous. Of course it's provable. People go into a voting booth. They give their name. That's a matter of the official record. And you can go about finding out whether the person who registered and cast their vote, in fact, is an American citizen. It is provable. And the problem Republicans have is they set out to prove it and came out completely empty. Completely empty. Let's look at the findings of the Conservative Heritage Foundation. So this is a conservative think tank, Republican think tank. They could only find 24 instances in 20 years of somebody who voted without being a citizen, or maybe it was just registered to vote, but 24 instances between the year 2003 and the year 2023. This is what they're calling a rampant problem. The Cato Institute, it's not a liberal organization, it put out a report last month noting that Utah, the state of Utah, reviewed its approximately 2.1 million voters and found one confirmed non-citizen who had registered but never voted. I mean, it's certainly possible that if you're a permanent resident, if you have a green card, you might mistakenly believe you can vote in an election and register and then realize you really can't, and then not cast the vote. So Utah looked at 2.1 million voters, not a single one, not a single non-citizen among them cast a vote, and only one registered. In Georgia, out of 8.2 million registrants, Georgia found only 20 who were non-citizens. I don't even know if they ended up voting or not. So obviously in this country, we want only American citizens to vote, and that is what's happening. American citizens are the ones who are voting, not non-citizens. And if you think about that, it makes intuitive sense, right? The penalty, the federal penalty for providing false information when you register is up to 5 years in prison. And then if you actually go ahead and cast a vote as a non-citizen, it's up to another 1 year in prison. Nobody is going to risk going to prison for 6 years in order to cast a vote in an election. I mean, that defies common sense, and it also defies the fact, which is why Republicans can't come up with any proof to support their claim, which they argue justifies this bill. None. Again, the Speaker says it's an intuition. In other words, it's a feeling he's got. But there's no proof to support it, because there isn't any. So that is the false claim being made to justify this bill. In other words, it's a bill in search of a problem, but actually the problem doesn't exist, so it's obviously in search of something else. And that something else is making it harder for millions of Americans to vote. As I mentioned, Donald Trump thinks if this bill is passed, it will, quote, guarantee Republicans the midterm. Former Secretary of Homeland Security says we need this bill to get the right voters to vote for the, quote, right leaders. I was just listening to one of my Republican colleagues on the floor talk about how we need ID for all sorts of things, and of course that's true. You need a license to drive a car. But guess what? That license that you get, that's not proof of citizenship. That doesn't qualify under this bill. Even the new real IDs don't qualify for proof of citizenship under this bill, because there are non-citizens who have those forms of ID. So when Republican senators talk about how these other forms of ID that we use every day, suggesting that they could be used for this purpose, that's just not true. What this bill does is essentially narrow the forms of ID that you need to prove that you're a citizen in the first place to essentially two categories. One is a passport. Now, it turns out that only about half of Americans have a passport. So that means half of the American citizens that are preparing to go out and vote will not be able to vote because they wouldn't have the proof of citizenship. They don't have the passport. Or it's an original birth certificate. Well, I think we all know that there are lots of Americans that don't have their original birth certificate. In fact, if you're a woman who's gotten married and changed her name, that original birth certificate won't provide you the proof of citizenship required under this law. And research at the Brennan Center at the University of Maryland shows that more than 21 million American citizens do not have these required documents readily available. 21 million American citizens who will be forced to go through all these additional hoops and, by the way, pay money in order to get the required ID. And of course, in America, we're not supposed to have a poll tax. You're not supposed to have to pay the government any money for the right to exercise your right to vote. But that's what this bill does for maybe up to 21 million of our fellow American citizens. So if there really were like proof of an epidemic of non-citizen voting, of course we would need to look for ways to prevent that from happening. We would have to come up with some form of required ID to meet that problem. But there is no proof there. There is no there. Now, one of the ways that the Trump administration proposed trying to get to the bottom of all this claim fraud was to require states to send the Department of Homeland Security their voting information. In fact, the Department of Justice has been asking a lot of states for this information. You may recall that Attorney General Bondi and former Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem were telling people in Minnesota, you know, we'll call back ICE and their lawless efforts if you give us your voter ID information. And of course, in our country, we have state-based elections. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we count our elections at the state level. Can you imagine if we did what Donald Trump wants to do, which is federalize the elections and like count them at the White House? I mean, you remember in 2020, after he lost, the President of the United States was calling down to Georgia, Fulton County, and saying, find me, what was it, 6,000 some votes? Thank goodness we don't have centralized federal elections in the United States of America, because you can be sure that President Trump would make sure when he conducted the count at the White House, it would come out his way. So we don't have that, but we now have a Department of Homeland Security who is essentially demanding that states provide the federal government with their voter information. And a lot of states are suing, they're fighting back. Some states have been providing that information to the Department of Justice and to other entities. But it turns out that when the states hear back from the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Homeland Security is giving them all sorts of misinformation. Let's look at a couple examples of states that have already shared their voter roll data with DHS. And this was, again, for the purpose of DHS checking to make sure that voter rolls in those states did not include non-citizens. So DHS was going to scrub those records and let the states know what kind of problems they have. Well, Missouri's records were reviewed by DHS, and turns out DHS found hundreds of voters that DHS said were ineligible to vote. Guess what? It turned out that DHS was wrong. They were eligible voters. So DHS was essentially telling the state of Missouri that eligible American citizen voters, in fact, were not eligible. As one county clerk in Missouri said of the DHS system, quote, "This is not ready for prime time, and I'm not going to risk the security and constitutional rights of my voters for a bad idea," unquote. That's a clerk in the state of Missouri. An election administrator in Texas said, and I quote, "I really find no merit in any of this," unquote. That was after 3 eligible Texas voters, in other words, eligible American citizen Texas voters, had been flagged for removal by DHS. So here's the state of Texas. Okay, DHS, take a look at our voter files, and you find all those people that are really not American citizens. Well, guess what? They didn't get any back that flagged people who were not American citizens. They did get back people that DHS claimed were not eligible, but when Texas inspected it, turns out they were eligible to vote. That's the kind of operation that the Trump administration is running at DHS. Now, in addition to requiring this essential federal takeover of review of the voter rolls, this second bill that's been introduced by Republicans in the Senate is even worse than the first, right? The first was called the SAVE Act. This one's called the Save America Act, which, as I said, the real purpose is to save the Republican Party in the midterm elections act. But this second one actually makes it harder for people to register to vote and to vote. So it includes new provisions that President Trump has demanded prohibiting vote by mail except in very, very narrow circumstances. In order to vote by mail, a voter would have to submit sworn certifications of the specific circumstances, including their health status or travel plans, to their Board of Elections. And even after that, you can't just drop the ballot in the mailbox. You have to send it by certified mail with signature verification. So this isn't a voter ID bill. That's just untrue. It's a specific kind of ID that's required, which millions of American citizens don't have. It's really a show-me-your-papers voter purge bill, making it harder for American citizens to exercise their right to vote. And so, as I said earlier, the real purpose is not to prevent non-citizens from voting. It's to prevent citizens who the Trump administration and Republicans assess will vote against them in the midterm elections, to make it harder for them to vote. You're seeing many other efforts that are ongoing right now to try to rig the midterm elections. I mentioned earlier the efforts to redistrict in Texas. We see challenges to the Voting Rights Act. We see this bill. It's a sign of desperation. It's a sign that Donald Trump knows that the American people don't like what they see coming out of this administration. After all, this is a president who, as a candidate, said he would keep us out of wars, especially in the Middle East, and he would focus on lowering prices. That's what candidate Trump said. What has President Trump delivered? He's gotten us involved in more conflicts than any other president in a very long time, including an illegal war of choice in Iran as we speak. And prices and costs are going up, up, up. Price of groceries going up, price of rent and mortgages going up, health care going up. By the way, we could have at least reduced some people's health care costs if this Senate had voted to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, but Republicans in this body blocked that effort. And so I have constituents in Maryland that now have to pay more because while the Republicans' so-called big, beautiful bill permanently extended tax cuts for billionaires, they let the one tax credit that helps middle-class families afford their health insurance, they let that one lapse. Billionaires, permanent tax cuts, American working families, tax credit for health care, that one they let die, go away. And so health care costs are going up really for everybody. Child care costs are going up. And instead of addressing those issues, we have a president who continues to hide portions of the Epstein files from the survivors as well as from the American people. We have a president who is engaged in driving up the costs to the American people instead of bringing them down. I don't know exactly how many days it's been since the Supreme Court struck down his illegal tariff tax, but it's certainly been enough time for the president and his administration to say that they're going to send the money they stole from the American people back to American households. $1,700 per household is the estimate of what it costs on average, what those Trump illegal tariff taxes cost on average. Give them their money back, President Trump. Do it today. But that's not what President Trump's doing. The war in Iran has already cost us the lives of 13 service members, hundreds more injured, over 2,000 civilians killed throughout the region, from Iran to Lebanon to Israel, including over 160 Iranian schoolgirls killed apparently by a U.S. Tomahawk missile. And that war is making us less safe, not more safe. We all know that the administration has no end game. They took the lid off Pandora's box. They, together with Israel, took out a number of members of the Iranian regime. It's a heinous regime and has been brutal to its own people. But public reporting indicates that our intelligence agencies assess that if you got rid of the top-level Iranian leadership, very likely they'd be replaced by even more radical leaders, people who are closer to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. In other words, people who are even more dangerous and more likely to destabilize the region. And that's what we're seeing. We're spending $1 billion of taxpayer money every day, probably more, on this war that's making us less safe. And by the way, for the president who said he was going to reduce prices, oil and gas prices are going up, up, up. So the American people don't like what they see. And on top of this, it's mixed with a toxic amount of corruption, right? We've got the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, going around and pretending to be the big peacemaker in the Middle East. Look how that's going. And at the same time doing big, huge deals with Gulf states, with Saudi Arabia and others. We know that this is a president who, with his so-called meme coin, has pocketed millions and millions of dollars for himself and his family. Accepted a luxury jet from the Qatari royal family. Gold-plated Rolex desk clock from Swiss business leaders. In exchange for a gold crown, gave South Korea a lower tariff rate. And probably one of the most corrupt transactions of them all was with the UAE. Because what happened with the UAE was just before Donald Trump was inaugurated as president, someone in the UAE, one of the members of the royal family, made a huge investment in the Trump family stablecoin business. A huge investment. And it wasn't long thereafter that the president's son, Eric Trump, went to the UAE. And guess what happened? Sheikh Thanoon, who's a member of the royal family, invested billions of dollars in that Trump family stablecoin business. And then it was about 2 weeks later that Donald Trump goes to the UAE and says to the UAE he's going to relax the restrictions the United States had in place on the transfer of very sophisticated technology to the UAE. Semiconductor technology, AI technology, and we were especially worried about transferring that technology to a particular set of companies in the UAE because of their relationships with China. But you know what? The UAE, member of the royal family, had just invested a lot of money in the Trump family stablecoin business, and so, hey, Donald Trump relaxed the restrictions on the transfer of U.S. technology to the UAE and put that at risk of transfer to China. Massive corruption to benefit the Trump family at the expense of American national security. So, yeah, the American people don't like what they're seeing. We are seeing that in all the polling. And so what this bill before us is the last-ditch effort by the President of the United States and Republicans in the Senate and the House to try to save themselves in the midterm elections. Not by winning fair and square, not by saying every American citizen should be able to exercise their right to vote, but by making it harder for those American citizens that they think are likely to vote against them, and for Democrats, making it harder for those people to vote. It's not the Save America Act, it's the Save the Republican Party, the Midterm Elections Act. You know, you would think that President Trump Trump would recognize that where the American people really want to see action is on meeting the promises that he made. Like, keep us out of foreign wars, including this illegal war of choice in Iran. Actually do something to bring down prices. I've tried to get the White House interested in a bill I've introduced. It's called Power for the People Act. It's got a very simple premise, which is that consumers across America, ratepayers, our constituents, they shouldn't have to be paying higher electricity costs to fund data centers being built by the richest companies and corporations on the planet. In my state of Maryland, we're part of a 13-state grid called PJM. People living in those areas have spent $28 billion in higher electricity costs already for those data centers. So we really need to focus on what candidate Trump said he wanted to focus on, bringing down costs and ending foreign wars, not doing the opposite. And this bill is an attempt by Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress to prevent the American people from expressing their views at the ballot box in November 2026 by making it harder for millions of Americans to vote. That's what this is really about. And I urge my colleagues to strongly oppose it. And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk shall call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from New Mexico,
I would ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nearly 5 years ago, I stood on the Senate floor and I said that we were facing the most dangerous and overt threat to our democratic system in generations. I was speaking then in support of the John Lewis for the People Act. Along with my Democratic colleagues, I was pushing to expand Americans' right to vote and push back against the influence of dark money in our elections. But the threat facing us then pales in comparison to the one that we face today in the form of the Republicans' so-called SAVE Act. Because their SAVE Act does nothing to save anyone from anything. It does not protect our freedoms, it does not protect our elections, and it does not protect our country. Instead, it actively targets all three. So I rise again today to face down this new, dangerous, and overt threat, this time coming from within our own federal government. I rise again today in defense of our right to vote, because our right to vote is the foundation of every other right that we have. From our right to bear arms to our right to peacefully protest, it is only through our right to vote that we can protect those freedoms and demand a government that does the same. We know this to our core, to our founding, to the genesis of our country. When 250 years ago we fought for independence from kings, we did so for a government of the people, by the people. The future of that government right now depends on protecting Americans' right to vote. It depends on ensuring that this lever to hold our leaders accountable, to steer our country's future, and to deliver on our country's promise remains in the hands of Americans. That is in the hands of all Americans. And when I think about the importance of this fight, I think about my former colleague, whose office was right across the hall from mine when I was a member of the House of Representatives. I think about Congressman John Lewis. I think about him and the thousands who marched in Selma and put their lives on the line to call for the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I think about the thousands who fought against reading tests and poll taxes, folks who faced lynching for having the audacity to cast their vote, folks who ensured access to the vote wouldn't belong only to the wealthy, land-owning men. I think about the thousands of women who organized and marched to demand passage of the 19th Amendment. The women who led that movement and the women who rightly demanded to be included within it. And I think about the legislative and courtroom battles that delivered the right to vote to Native Americans and Mexican Americans, a right so fundamental to our democracy, but one that generations upon generations of Americans had to fight for, continuing into today. It is our right to make our voices heard through our vote, regardless of income or education, regardless of race or gender. When we as Americans exercise our right to vote, we hold in our hands the reins of this great democracy. And while I stand here in reverence of that incredible right and the decades and decades of work that have brought it into the reach of millions, I also stand here in defense of it, because it is truly under direct threat right now. Republicans' SAVE Act would strip the right to vote from those who don't already have a passport or a birth certificate or the time and money to expedite getting one. It would strip the right to vote from women who took their husband's last name and don't have the means to get the affidavits or extra documents to prove that they are the same person they were at birth. And it would effectively strip voters of the ability to register to vote by mail. And the substitute amendment that was offered yesterday would eliminate most mail-in voting altogether. This SAVE Act is today's poll tax, today's exclusion of everyday Americans. Senate Republicans claim that this is necessary to confront the threat of foreign citizens voting in our elections. But the requirements of their SAVE Act the requirements that their act imposes are neither necessary nor justified. They are by design. They are intended to reimpose a wealth requirement to vote, and they are intended to attack married women's right to vote. These are real threats that this legislation poses. This is not a voter ID bill. This is a voter suppression bill. And while the consequences will fall heaviest on married women and those without the money and time to get the necessary documents, it's up to all Americans to push back. Which reminds me of the words of Benjamin Franklin, when asked at the Constitutional Convention if our founders had created a monarchy or a republic. Franklin famously said, "A republic, if you can keep it." We can, we must, and we know how. Because generations upon generations have fought for our sacred right to vote, and in that fight they have shown us the way. Because these are not the first threats we've faced to elections in our country's history, or even in my limited time in the Congress. In 2016, we saw Russia execute a concerted campaign to mislead and divide Americans, all in an effort to influence that year's presidential election. As a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I helped investigate those efforts, recommending reforms to push back and supporting funding to improve election security across the country, including in my home state of New Mexico. In 2021, we saw then defeated President Trump push his big lie and urge insurrectionists to storm the Capitol to stop the 2020 presidential election certification. As a member of this body, I joined my colleagues in ensuring that the election certification would continue, and later in clarifying our laws to fortify our election certification process going forward. And last July, I helped introduce the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to fully restore that landmark legislation and to override the Supreme Court's 2013 decision that took an axe to the heart of it. But now, as we enter this midterm election, we see the threats for what they are and who they are coming from. They aren't coming from foreign governments or defeated candidates this time. They're coming from within our own federal government and directly targeting American citizens' right to vote. They are coming from our commander-in-chief, and they are coming from our Department of Justice, and they are coming from many in the Republican Party. They're coming from folks who would rather sabotage and strip away Americans' right to vote than face the American people's dissatisfaction, or for that matter, be willing to tackle affordability. And the legislation they're using to do that is their so-called SAVE Act, one of the most extreme voter suppression bills in recent history. It is intended to undermine our elections using tactics that are straight out of an authoritarian playbook. But we know how to defeat this new threat. Vote no. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it would require every American to prove their citizenship with a passport or a document like a birth certificate every time they register or re-register to vote. Because about 140 million Americans don't have passports. And about 21 million Americans don't have ready access to documents proving their citizenship either. But the process to get a passport, that's not fast. That's not easy. In fact, that's not inexpensive. Requiring voters to purchase or renew a passport for $130 is a modern-day poll tax. This is Jim Crow 2.0. That's even assuming you can get yours in time to actually be able to use it to vote in this year's election. And while I support verifying citizenship, that process should not be limited to just passports and birth certificates. We already have ways to do this, like the Motor Voter Program, which the SAVE Act would effectively eliminate. That program verifies citizenship. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it would require people whose names don't match their birth certificates, like women who have taken their husband's last name, to provide notarized affidavits, documentation that will undoubtedly take more time and more money to produce. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it affects our veterans, too. With the SAVE Act, many service members and veterans won't be able to register to vote or to vote with their military IDs, even people who fought for this country. Vote no on the SAVE Act because even if you happen to have the right documents, you'll find that the bill all but eliminates voter registration drives, online registration, and automatic registration. Vote no on the SAVE Act because even when it's done eviscerating your rights to vote, the SAVE Act would turn its sights on election officials. It would require massive, unfunded changes on how elections are administered on the ground overnight. Changes that local governments would be forced to pay for, all while exposing election officials to criminal and civil liability. If you're tempted to vote yes, let me ask this. What does it say about leaders whose sole strategy for remaining in power requires depriving American citizens of the right to vote? It shows they're weak. It shows they're scared. It shows that their allegiance is to power, not to the American people. And it shows that they have no intention of delivering what the American people actually want right now, which is to bring down costs. In the end, the conclusion is clear. The SAVE Act is straight-up voter suppression, and it's fundamentally undemocratic, un-American, and wrong. It's not just me saying that, not just my Senate Democratic colleagues saying that. My constituents see it for what it is, too. Marie from Albuquerque writes, "This act is a blatant attempt to disenfranchise millions of voters of their rights. It is a blatant attempt to undermine our entire election system." Deborah from Las Cruces says, "Especially in New Mexico, so many citizens do not have the resources to get the sort of documentation that this act requires. It will target not only those in need, but also women who have recently married and changed their name, people who have moved to a different home, Native Americans with little access to the bureaucracy to even obtain documents, and older people who may have been born at home and never had a birth certificate to begin with." Don from Rio Rancho writes, "It would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to implement, streamline, and add staff because we would all have to go in person. And if you live in a rural community, the whole process is even harder." Mariah from Santa Fe writes, "This is a brazen attempt to strip the voting rights of trans, immigrant, and women voters across the country and the GOP's way of putting their thumb on the scale of Americans' future. All of us deserve a part in the great experiment of American democracy. So much progress is made when we're all included, not excluded." And Ms. Marsh Davis from Bloomfield says, "This legislation is not about election security. It's a coordinated effort to suppress lawful voters by turning registration into a bureaucratic obstacle course. Voting should not hinge on flawless paperwork. When officials are afraid to register voters, democracy suffers. Voter suppression is not always loud. Often it works through inconvenience, confusion, and quiet disqualification, ensuring voters only discover the problem when it's too late." These are the voices of my constituents from New Mexico, and they are not alone. Because right now, most Americans know that the SAVE Act is not the answer. They see through Republicans' voter suppression scheme, and they are asking us here in the Senate to fight back. So let me close with some words from United States Senator Dennis Chavez of my great state. "Either we are all free or we fail. Democracy must belong to all of us." Mr. President, I have a passport. I have the same last name today as I did when I was born. The SAVE Act won't stop me from voting, but it will stop thousands upon thousands of my constituents. I'll repeat, this is not a voter ID bill. This is a voter suppression bill. All American citizens should have the same right to vote as the senators in this room. All American citizens deserve to hold the reins of this great democracy in their hands. So for those constituents, for all Americans, I say again, either we are all free or we fail. Democracy must belong to all of us. I call upon my colleagues in the Senate, choose freedom, choose democracy, and say no to this so-called SAVE Act.
The senator from Maryland.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk should call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Mr. President, I ask
Majority Leader.
unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in a moment, my good friend, my colleague from Georgia, will offer a resolution that is very simple. It says, fund TSA, period. No ands, ifs, or buts, no excuses, no secondary reasons. If senators want to fund TSA, they should simply support the resolution of Senator Warnock. No ands, ifs, or buts. Who is blocking TSA money from being approved? Republicans. On several occasions, Democrats have gone to the floor and said, let's just fund TSA. We know that there are discussions about ICE and Border Patrol that we haven't resolved, but why hold TSA hostage? Why hold passengers at our airports who are waiting on long lines hostage? All the Republicans have to do is say yes, and those lines will be greatly reduced or go away. The waiting will be greatly reduced, and people will be much happier. So to hold our airport travelers and our TSA workers as hostage is so much the wrong thing to do, and the American people don't like it. But the American people should know, if they get up and block the Warnock resolution, it is Republicans blocking funding for TSA, creating those long lines, and standing in the way of funding our hardworking TSA workers. Democrats are giving Republicans another chance. We can fund TSA workers today. We can make sure our airports are secure today. We can make sure the workers are paid today. They just need to get out of the way and stop blocking TSA officers' paychecks. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
so grateful for the leadership of Senator Schumer, and he speaks for all of us. The thing that we have in common on both sides of the aisle is that my colleagues and I travel back and forth from this city to our home states every week. Airplanes are our other office. So every week I fly here or fly back home, I pass by hardworking agents of the TSA. I get to see their dedication up close, their professionalism. They are public service in action. They are working long hours around the clock every day of the year. Wherever we're trying to go, our TSA agents get us there safely, safely to work, safely back to our families, wherever the public is trying to go. And these public servants sacrifice their holidays, their special moments with their families so that we can get to our families. They work nights and weekends to make sure that we in this chamber and the millions of Americans that travel through our nation's airports can do that without fear. And so this is basic. No one should be fooling around with the TSA agents. We have our differences, our debates in this chamber. But for the second time in a year, our TSA workers are working without pay because of Washington dysfunction. Here's what I believe. I believe that if you are working, particularly during a government shutdown, then you should be fully paid. I believe this so much that I've broken with members of my own party to vote to pay all federal workers, which includes TSA officers, during government shutdowns. I think it's simply wrong for my Republican colleagues to use these hardworking Americans as leverage, as pawns, in what they are presenting as a false choice to the American people. Here's the choice that they're presenting to us. They're saying to us, either shut down the government, denying working people the money that they have earned, or vote to continue to support the president's paramilitary force that is wreaking havoc in our streets and killing ordinary citizens for exercising their First Amendment rights. That's a false choice, one I simply cannot accept, and it confounds common sense. The time is always right, Dr. King used to say, to do what's right. And so I'm calling on this chamber to pay TSA workers right now before we again all head to the airports. Let's keep having this debate, but pay the TSA workers. And so with that, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S4127, the TSA Pay Act, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Sir. The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, thank you. I do thank my colleague for coming to the floor to be able to talk about this today. He and I are both on airplanes a lot. The comment that has been made here on the floor, though, is before we leave here this week, this should be resolved. I could not agree more on that principle. In fact, last Thursday, I came and said, we should not leave at all this weekend. We should commit to stay. In fact, Senator Hassan and I, my Democratic colleague from New Hampshire, she and I have a bill that says when we get to a moment like this and we have an impasse, we stay. We don't leave. I brought that to the floor last Thursday, Mr. President, and said, let's stay. And everybody left. Went right past TSA officials who are not being paid and went wherever people went over the weekend. I'm saying the same thing again. We should stay here and work out our differences. The easiest way to actually resolve this long term is to say when we get to an impasse on funding, those workers are still paid. There's an automatic continuing resolution that kicks in to make sure they're paid, but we stay in session 7 days a week until we resolve the issues. We shouldn't have weekends when there's a problem somewhere in funding around the country. The pressure should be on us to be able to get things resolved, to debate it out. We are the grown-ups that are supposed to be talking about all these things and working out all of our differences. But that's not happening. And that's been frustrating. Last Thursday, I brought up that the White House had sent over a counterproposal. There was a proposal that was sent over at the very beginning of this close down of DHS that the White House said, here's some ideas that we want to have. The Democrats then said, no, we want this instead, sent it back over to the White House. The White House then said, okay, we'll take some of your ideas and we'll send this back to you. And then they waited 18 days for Senate Democrats to respond to the White House. 18 days. The White House just had to wait for a counteroffer. As my Senate colleagues were just saying, we're thinking about it. Well, that response did finally come on Monday, but it was a response back to the White House of the same thing they had sent before. The White House is trying to get this resolved, not just for TSA, but how about for Coast Guard? Now, my Democratic colleagues came and said, well, okay, we'll fund Coast Guard as well, in TSA, and Secret Service. But you know who's not been funded? There's been no offer to fund customs officials that actually work at all of our ports of entry. Their pay is going to be blocked. Homeland Security individuals, there's been no offer to be able to pay those folks around at all. The Homeland Security investigators that actually handle child trafficking, human smuggling, all of our investigations along the border dealing with drug smuggling, there's been no offer to fund them at all. We have simply said this is silly to try to break this up into different aspects of who's going to get funding and who's not going to get funding. TSA is going to get funding, but the customs officials aren't going to get funding. Coast Guard is going to get funding, but the people investigating human smuggling, they're not going to get funding. Let's sit down and figure this out. Let's not have 18 days between an offer and a counteroffer. Let's actually figure this out. Senator Warnock and I could probably sit down this afternoon and solve this. All that everyone's looking for is, how do we actually get people in the room willing to make the decision and making the decisions on this so we can get this all worked out and done? And interestingly enough, Mr. President, I was incredibly humbled because when I walked through TSA this week, I walked through with grief as I walked through. Because all I can think is, these folks are busting it. When I get there early in the morning, they've been there for hours already, and they're not getting paid. The folks in Oklahoma are still showing up. We're not seeing the long lines and sick calls and all that kind of stuff. That's not happening in my state. People are still showing up. And I walk past them embarrassed, saying, I'm so sorry that we've not been able to get everybody together to be able to get this solved. But when I came through this week, as I walked through, the first TSA agent that I encountered said to me, we have something for you. And the second person as I came through the line said, don't walk away, we have something for you. And then when I got to my gate, the head of the TSA group in my city walked out and handed me their challenge coin from my local TSA group. And he handed it to me and he said, we see what you're doing. You are trying to get us paid. You're trying to get everybody paid. And we are really grateful that you're actually trying to get this solved. And we just want to say thanks, because it's been a really hard year of sometimes funding happening and sometimes not. In fact, one of the agents in Oklahoma City last month told me they feel like their check is bipolar because they never know where it's going to be at any moment. That just shouldn't be so. It just shouldn't be. So my challenge this week is the same as it is every week. Let's stay here until this actually gets done. Let's not walk away. Let's sit down. Let's figure out how we actually solve this. Let's not take 2.5 weeks to do a counteroffer to a legitimate offer from the White House. And can I just remind my colleagues, the White House's counteroffer expanded the use of body-worn cameras dramatically. It required ID on every single officer. These are all requests that my Democratic colleagues have made to be able to put in. Said that they won't do enforcement activities in sensitive locations. Make sure that all members of Congress can do oversight and get access to detention facilities. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. This is the list my Democratic colleagues all asked for, yet it never seems to be enough. And my fear is because the politics is better than the resolution. Well, it's not if you're a TSA officer. It's not if you're in the Coast Guard. It's not if you're a customs official. It's not if you're a Homeland Security investigator. Your family's not getting fed. It's not getting better for them. So the politics may be helpful for some. It's not helpful for all. So let's do at least, while we're in the debate, where we started this debate. We didn't start with a shutdown. We started with, okay, let's at least agree we'll keep the government open in all these areas while we're debating. We started with just 2 weeks here and said, 2 weeks, let's do a continuing resolution, let's keep our argument going, but pay everybody. That's where we began on this, but it seems like the easiest thing that we could literally do today and keep our argument going, because hopefully we're close, at least, on all this agreement, if we can ever get everybody to sit down in one room and to solve it. So I'm just going to ask to repeat what we did at the start of this. I asked the senator if he would modify his request so the Senate proceed immediately to consideration of calendar number 156 H.R. 4553, which is a 2-week continuing resolution for Homeland Security. I asked that Senator Warnock would substitute his amendment, number 4353, to be considered and agreed to, the bill be amended, be considered, read a third time, passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, laid upon the table.
Does the senator so modify his request?
I object.
Objection is heard to the modification. Is there objection to the original request?
Painfully so, Mr. President, I do object.
Mr. President?
The objection is heard. Senator from Georgia.
Let me be very clear. Our differences here are differences in principle. And they have real consequences on the streets of America in real time right now. This is not just some theoretical argument. This is not about politics. This is about the people. I disagree fundamentally that we ought to have an unaccountable paramilitary force wreaking havoc on the streets of our country. ICE, as Trump has remade it, is killing American citizens. And I can't pretend like that's not happening. I stood where Renee Good was shot and killed while her vehicle was driving away. I stood where Alex Preddy lost his life while just trying to defend and protect a woman who we all saw being abused by ICE agents in real time. And so this idea that we either have to fund that or shut the government down is a false choice. Republicans have the majority in the Senate, they have the majority in the House, they have the White House. We can pay our workers right now. By the way, ICE already has more than enough money. They gave ICE $75 billion in the one big ugly bill. Let me put that in perspective. In terms of funding, ICE is now bigger than the United States Marines. And my Republican friends are saying to me, saying to my colleagues, that if you don't give this overgrown paramilitary force of masked agents jumping out of unmarked cars more money, we're going to leave TSA workers and others unpaid. I think that's patently unfair. I think we ought to fund the federal workers. We ought to fund FEMA, the Coast Guard, we ought to fund Homeland Security while we have a principled argument about what is happening with ICE, because what is happening there gets to the very basic things that I learned in my 9th grade civics class about the engagement between law enforcement and ordinary citizens every single day. And what we're witnessing in this moment is unacceptable. Pay the TSA workers. That is my offer, that is my request, and therefore I object to the senator's modification.
Senator from Oklahoma.
I appreciate my friend Raphael Warnock coming to the floor of the Senator from Georgia and be able to talk about these issues. The challenge of this is the request has been made to say, let's reform ICE. You referred to law enforcement families that get up every day and put their lives on the line to be able to protect the country as paramilitary officers jumping out on people. I don't refer to them that way, but I would only say the White House has said, we agree with you. Let's reform it. They put in writing new de-escalation training, requirements for badges, requirements for individuals that step out of a vehicle to then identify themselves on it, changes in the way they handle uniforms, body-worn cameras, changes in processing. It's been interesting in saying, my colleague is saying, I can't agree to move and just ignore this didn't happen. No one's asking for that. No one. What we're saying is there's areas we agree with you. Let's make changes in this. I don't like what I've seen. You don't like what you've seen. So let's change it. Let's require body-worn cameras. Let's require badges. Let's require change in uniform. Let's require differences in how we actually identify officers and uniforms and vehicles. And those are all reasonable things. So the offer's been made, then let's make that change. The problem's been, there's been no answer back. We're okay to make those changes. We've literally put in writing, legislative language. This could go into appropriation today to say, let's actually do these changes and things that you're recommending on it. But at the end of the day, that isn't what moves. What moves is back and forth on different things like this to try to identify TSA and divide TSA folks from customs folks and say customs folks are bad, but TSA agents are good. Well, I think both of them are good families because CBP is included in this as well. Those are the folks working at our docks at Long Beach right now. Those folks working at our international customs trying to be able to bring the stuff off a ship and do inspections on it. They're not being paid. In fact, they're not even being offered to pay because they're looped in with Border Patrol folks. That's the challenge. Once you start slicing this all up and saying this person gets it and this person doesn't, it doesn't work. So because that doesn't work, the offer's been made, let's fix the way we're handling ICE and the way we're handling patrols. But we got to have somebody say yes. In the meantime, offers keep getting sent over. We're waiting on a yes to be able to actually move to resolve the issues. That I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I know how hard you and so many of our colleagues have worked to get the Save America Act to the floor. And I want to thank you because more than 200 years ago, this nation began as a bold experiment in self-representative government, guided by the enduring words, "We the people." And while the challenges we face today may seem more modern, more complex, more immediate than those confronting the founders, the principles they laid out still offer us lasting guidance. Because we the people agreed how we would live among one another. We laid out our founding documents, how we would create and enforce and uphold our laws. We made clear that our strong republic depended on we the people being engaged in our elections so that we could elect our representatives, the representatives of we the people, to serve us. And that is why the issue before us, the Save America Act, is so important. Because it is grounded in a simple, common sense, indeed a foundational principle that only American citizens should vote in American elections. This should not be controversial. We should not have to dedicate days and days and days on a Senate floor in the United States of America to guarantee the foundational principle that only Americans should vote in American elections. It is a basic safeguard of our republic that ensures that our government remains truly of, by, and for the American people. And in the very beginning, our founders understood the importance of protecting elections. The framers knew that our laws and our systems should reflect the will of American people, no one else. And so Americans must trust that their elections are not corrupted or skewed or nullified by non-citizens or fraudulent voting. And right now, as I stand here, the American people have been very clear with us, all of us, not just those of us on the Republican side in this room, but all of us, the independents, the Democrats, they have been clear. Over 80% of the American public agree and think that we should have IDs presented when you vote. 83% of Americans support voter ID laws. And I have sat here at the dais late last night listening to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle come up with some plausible reason they may oppose this simple concept. And none of it holds water. They say it will keep certain people from voting. So we fix that. You can file a paper and explain right there when you vote who you are and why you don't have the correct ID. Very simple. They say it's going to harm people. In fact, the people they profess to be protecting in some way have come out and said they want voter ID. The very people they think this will harm. This is not a fringe idea. It is broadly supported. It is a common sense safeguard. Questions about election integrity are not new. They were debated by the founders themselves. We now have states that give licenses, admittedly, to people that are here in our country that are not here legally. Many states do that. We also have many of those states that sign people up to vote right when they give them that ID. And so people say, why now? Why do we need ID now? Because of the nonsense and the subversiveness of radicals in states in this country. And so in Florida, where we've done everything right, everything we can to secure our elections, how do Floridians know that their vote is not being diluted by some of these lawless, radical states? I'm one of the newest U.S. senators here, and I am constantly asking, who do the Democrats stand for. They'll fly off to other nation states to defend non-citizens. They'll even stand up for communists in New York. For the life of me, I think they are even putting their necks out there for cartels time and time again. When the rubber hits the road, they know exactly what they want to advocate for. They know exactly who they want to defend, who they'll stand up for. But when it comes for American citizens and having their backs, we're going to fight it. We're fighting it for somebody. May not be American citizens, but they're fighting against it for somebody. We have to ensure people's confidence in the system and the legitimacy of our election results. And if we see resistance on the other side of the aisle to even the most basic safeguard requiring an ID at the ballot box, it does not make sense. In fact, the states that have implemented voter ID laws did not see participation decline. In most cases, participation increased. In the Federalist Papers, it was warned that groups may place their own interests above the public good, risking instability and distrust. That certainly feels familiar to me these days. And one of the ways we protect against that danger is by ensuring that the rules governing our elections are fair, consistent, and trusted by the people. Because when trust erodes our entire system, our republic is weakened. The Save America Act helped reinforce trust in our elections, and it is about more than this one bill. It is about preserving the great experiment of the United States of America, of we the people governing ourselves and doing so through our duly elected officers. That is how we hold them accountable to we the people. And power rests where it should, with the people. It is about protecting this great nation that has endured for 250 years. And because of that, I urge my colleagues, regardless of what party you identify as supporting, I urge you to pass the Save America Act. And Mr. President, again, I thank you for your efforts, and I yield back.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I am so grateful that we're having this discussion on the floor. I noted that our friends across the aisle wanted a unanimous consent just to pay TSA workers. And I think it is imperative that we remind the body and also remind our citizens that this is one of their ploys. They have a ploy that they're trying to pull off here, where their goal is to defund federal law enforcement, abolish ICE, and return to a wide open border. Now, the only way they can get to that is if they use the American people and TSA workers as pawns in their scheme and say, we're only going to fund them but not the rest of Homeland Security, because their goal is to defund federal law enforcement, to abolish ICE, and to return to an open border. But the American people are smart. They are watching, they are listening, and they see that what the Democrat Party has chosen to do with this continued shutdown, now more than a month, is to not fund FEMA. Of course, many people need emergency management assistance right now. They don't want to fund TSA. They're asking them to work without a paycheck. Same thing for the Secret Service. And by the way, same thing for Homeland Security investigations, who are going after drug dealers, pedophiles, predators, and a lot of bad actors that came in across our border during the Biden administration. So the American people know what this is about. They also know that by a vast majority, 83% actually, including 71% of all Democrats, 83% of the American people think it is reasonable that if you go to the polls to vote, you show an ID. They do this many times a day, and they think that that's common sense. You prove that you are who you are. If you go to the doctor's office, you're going to do that. When I go to the children's school to have lunch or pick them up, I show that ID. So of course, you should do that when you go to the polls and cast that ballot. In Tennessee, we have been rated #1 in election integrity. Mr. President, there's a reason for this. In Tennessee, you do a few simple things when you cast that vote. You show an ID. Our voter rolls are well maintained, and if you're going to register, you have to be a U.S. citizen. All common sense, all supported by 83% of the American people. You do that because you respect one person, one vote, and you want each and every vote to count. You do that because you respect the men and women who have put on the uniform and have fought to defend the freedom of this great nation so that you and I, each of our citizens, has the opportunity to go to the poll and cast that vote. And it is why voting has remained such a cherished institution in our representative form of government. Now, the Save America Act would require that everyone present that ID when they cast a ballot. It would require proof of citizenship in order to vote. And it would make certain that people who are not citizens are not going to vote in our election. Now, this legislation should be going to President Trump's desk, and I am so pleased that he has really come out in front of this discussion and said, let's get this done. And I find it really almost laughable that some of my colleagues are trying to say, well, this would disenfranchise people. It would make it difficult for people to vote. No, it would not. But what it would do is make certain that we know who is voting. And I think the other thing, too, it would make it harder to cheat. If you clean up your rolls, if you have to prove that you're a citizen, if you have to prove that you are who you are when you go to the polls to vote, it would make it more difficult to cheat. Now, there are 14 states in this country that require zero documentation in order to vote. And there are 12 other states that do not require a photo ID to cast a ballot. Some of these states, California, Hawaii, New York, fail to take basic steps to ensure the accuracy of their voter registration list. Now, there are some ways that states could do this if they wanted to, Mr. President. This isn't rocket science. This is thing that the Secretaries of State's organization will tell you that many states do. States like Tennessee that choose to do this. And many of these states that work to keep these rolls clean and accurate, they go through and they compare their voter rolls with the Social Security Administration death records. Now, why would they do that? Well, it is to make certain that if you are mailing out ballots, you are not mailing unsolicited ballots, and you are not mailing ballots to an address where someone has deceased and someone could possibly have that ballot fall into hands and someone vote it who is not allowed to vote that. Now, our colleagues across the aisle, in addition, like to claim that there's very little illegal alien voting that takes place here in the country. Oh, that never happens. I heard one of my colleagues earlier today, Mr. President, talking about this issue and saying, well, there's just not that much of a problem here. But just this week, the New York Post reported that illegal aliens from China, India, Cuba, and other nations have voted in U.S. elections. And you know what? It goes back decades. And across the country, Heritage Foundation has documented hundreds of instances of proven voter fraud. In October, Texas discovered more than 2,700 potential non-citizens on its voter rolls using the federal systematic alien verification for entitlements database. One database, 2,700. Ohio, that same month, found more than 1,000 potential non-citizens registered to vote in the state. Governor Youngkin over in Virginia removed more than 6,000 non-citizens from Virginia's voter rolls last year. And it's important to note that it is state Republican leaders who are leading the effort to show respect for the voter, clean up the voter rolls, and ensure that everybody's vote counts. If there is someone illegally in the country and they're voting, that cancels out the vote of a citizen. So it is imperative that states that have these large non-citizen populations make certain that non-citizens are not voting. I would encourage my colleagues across the aisle, instead of enabling fraud, they should stand with the American people. As I said, 83% of the American people support the Save America Act. And they should stand there in support of fair, honest, transparent elections. It is time to pass this legislation and move it to President Trump's desk.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, the Save America Act answers one simple question. Should non-citizens be able to cast a vote in American elections? The answer is clearly, incontrovertibly, no. Indeed, the right to cast a vote in American elections is something that belongs to American citizens alone. It's a precious right. The American people understand this. And you know what? The American people agree. More than 90% of Republicans, more than 80% of independents, and more than 70% of Democrats want proof of citizenship, a valid ID, in order to vote in American elections. Why wouldn't they? Mr. President, with such a groundswell of support from the American people, it makes me wonder why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't support voter ID. You must ask yourself, who are they representing? They can't be representing their constituents. If they were, they'd be screaming from the rooftops, pass voter ID into law today. But they're not. They're not. Then you ask yourself, who is their constituency? Is it illegal aliens? Someone in a far-off land they've never met? Are they representing some moneyed interest that are opposed to voter ID? These are all valid questions, but the bottom line is this. The opponents of the Save America Act are not representing the will of the voters, including those of their own party. Voters across this nation are not being represented. I can tell you that whether I'm back in Tennessee or here in Washington, I constantly hear from my constituents about the need to pass this piece of legislation. Tennessee requires an ID to vote, and we have the strongest election integrity laws in the United States. We get it in Tennessee. Tennesseans, like the majority of Americans, understand that every vote cast by an illegal immigrant or anyone who isn't a citizen disenfranchises an American citizen. A vote against this legislation, frankly, is a dereliction of duty. It's further proof of what I think many Americans feel about Congress, that the politicians they sent to Washington don't care about their views and can't be bothered to represent them. Americans are frustrated when the very second a politician is sworn in, that politician seems to forget all about the very people that they took a solemn oath of office to represent, defend, and protect. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the very thing they were sent to Washington to do. It's simple. Represent those who sent you here. Vote in favor of the Save America Act. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also, before I talk about the SAVE Act, I just want to point out how the Democrats at this point, time and time again, have refused to fund the Department of Homeland Security. At a time where we have conflict, at a time where we've seen terrorist attacks on the homeland, whether it's in Austin, at Old Dominion, in Michigan, through the disastrous immigration policy overseen by the Biden administration and with the Democrats, where 15 million people came in here illegally, many of which we have no idea who they are. Most of them we have no idea who they are. We do know that there's tens of thousands of murderers, hundreds of thousands of violent criminals. And the Democrats hate ICE and want to defund ICE so much they're willing to endanger the lives of the American people for this showboating and grandstanding. So anything they do out here to act like it's just covering the rear ends, because they know they're the ones responsible for defunding the Department of Homeland Security. That means TSA agents, that means the travel of the American people, that means the Coast Guard, that means Secret Service, that means investigating people who are trafficking children here. This is a wildly bizarre, out-of-step ideology at this point, where open borders is now in their DNA, and their refusal to want to get rid of people who shouldn't be here in the first place, and prioritizing people who are here illegally over American citizens is nuts. Which leads me to the SAVE Act, the Save America Act. This is about making sure that American elections are for Americans, and also protecting women and girls from having men participating in their sports, and children being mutilated and offered up at the altar of a radical ideology. Yesterday, Democrats unleashed a coordinated barrage of lies about this amendment that I have, the substitute amendment, the Save America Act. President Trump's talked about it, widely supported. They've told lies about it, from claims of voter suppression and mass disenfranchisement. to the absurd charge that it somehow makes it harder for married women to vote. How insulting. How insulting. It is pure, unadulterated fear-mongering without any basis in fact or in law. And so today I rise to do one thing they fear the most, present the actual text of the bill. The Save America Act has 3 clear claims, this amendment that's pending. Title I, Save American Voters, restores integrity to our federal elections. What could be more important in this republic, this continent-wide republic, where we've committed to ourselves this idea of self-government and structure to make sure that people who are voting are who they say they are, and they're not here illegally. It requires proof of citizenship to register to vote, requires voter identification, makes in-person voting the rule for able-bodied Americans while preserving absentee ballots for our military, individuals with disabilities, caregivers, those who are sick, those who are even traveling, and verified hardship cases that the state can determine. Title II, Save American Sports, defends biology and biological reality in women's and girls' sports. And Title III, Save American Children, protects innocent children from irreversible medical mutilation and chemical castration. That is what we're actually debating. Not all these lies and all the nonsense to distract the American people from really popular issues, 80-20 issues, 90-10 issues. These are common sense issues, and they're very afraid of them. They're very afraid of having to vote on these things. They're very afraid of these things becoming law because it's really difficult to go back home and explain your no vote on that. That you think only Americans can vote in American elections. But the Democrats would rather fight ghosts than facts. The Democrats claim this bill targets Democrat voters. That's a lie, the most revealing one of all. This bill targets only fraudulent and illegal voters, non-citizens who have no right to our ballot, and cheaters who refuse even the most basic safeguards of lawful voting. If my Democrat colleagues want to stand here and suggest that requiring citizenship and voter ID somehow threatens their political coalition, they're free to make that argument. But maybe you're protesting just a little bit too much. But the American people are listening. The Democrats claim that voters will have to show up at the polls carrying proof of citizenship. That's false. That's not what the bill says. This bill allows any individual to make an attestation at the polling place if it's questioned about his or her citizenship. If you're registered to vote, you remain registered to vote. So no, the bill doesn't require American citizens to drag a file folder of citizenship papers to the polls. They call it Jim Crow 2.0. It's worth remembering that it was the Democrat Party that withheld the franchise from black Americans. It was the Democrat Party that waged a civil war to keep people oppressed because of their race. So these claims are total nonsense. What this bill does require is far more modest and far more reasonable, that the Americans at least attest, that you have to attest that you're a citizen. People believe that citizens should vote. Non-citizens don't get to vote. I know my Democrat colleagues wanted 15 million people here illegally to count in the census and mess with reapportionment because they've lost the argument with American people. But that's not what this bill does. It says that only Americans can vote in our elections. Let me say that again. My Democrat colleagues have pulled a 5-alarm fire because this bill asks people to simply attest that they're U.S. citizens when they duly register to vote here. That is not suppression. That is not disenfranchisement. That's the bare minimum of seriousness in a self-governing republic. American elections are for Americans. And spoiler alert for my Democrat colleagues, federal law already requires applicants to attest that they're citizens when they register to vote. 52 U.S.C. Section 20508B2 requires the federal voter registration form to include a statement that includes citizenship. All we're doing here is taking that from a box-checked exercise to something that an election authority can actually verify in an individual assessment. That provision, by the way, was introduced by a Democrat congressman, passed by a Democrat-led Senate, and signed into law by a Democrat president. Oh, how times have changed. I've seen a clip recently of the minority leader begging for fraud protections, begging that photo ID be presented when people vote. But something has happened. The Democrat Party has been completely radicalized and believes that illegal immigrants should be able to come here, never have to leave, and now vote in our elections. But today, that same common sense idea that I just mentioned is slandered as Jim Crow. The Democrats claim that the bill text disenfranchises married women and name changes. That's also false. The text of the bill makes plain as day that married women, they're not going to have to re-register to vote. All they have to do is attest that they're an American citizen. And they're afraid of these facts because they know if people are aware of the facts, this remains an 80-20 issue, a 90-10 issue. And it makes it really hard for them to explain their no vote. It couldn't be any easier. This is common sense. It's actually insane and ridiculous that we have to debate this. So their talking points are wrong. It's reckless. And again, an attempt to frighten the American people. They claim it abolishes absentee voting. That's also false. It ends the failed COVID-era experiment of mass mail-in voting by default, the same disorder that weakened the chain of custody, blurred deadlines, and undermined public confidence. When the leftist lawyers streamed all across this country in 2020 trying to undermine voter integrity laws, when I was Attorney General in Missouri, we stood up, we fought back, we won all 3 cases. We didn't settle those cases and allow some ridiculous election process where ballots are just sent out whether people requested them or not, random drop boxes all over, no way to verify the votes, deadlines didn't matter. This bill actually does preserve absentee voting for Americans with real needs, our military members, the disabled, caregivers, and verified hardship cases, those who are sick, those who are traveling, and others. They claim it triggers mass purges of lawful citizens. That's false. They know it. In other words, the pattern here is simple. They don't want to debate what's actually in the bill. They want to terrify people with things that are not actually in the bill. Because the truth is that this amendment, the substitute amendment that I've offered, is built on 3 propositions that normal Americans understand immediately. Citizenship matters. Biological reality matters. And protecting children matters. Mr. President, this Senate was not sent here to traffic in slogans or manage decline. As America approaches her 250th birthday, the least we can do is prove that self-government still means something, that a nation still has the right to define membership, that elections still deserve rules, that women and girls still deserve protection, that children still deserve adults willing to defend them. Read the text, debate the text, then have the courage to vote for it. The time for excuses is over. The time to govern and to defend our republic has arrived. Pass the Save America Act. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with me today is Mr. Matt Turner, one of my colleagues from my office. Mr. President, I would like to talk for a few minutes about the SAVE Act. I'm a co-sponsor. I support it unconditionally. The SAVE Act, as you well know, Mr. President, is really pretty simple. It's about our sanctity of voting in America. It says if you want to register to vote in America, you have to prove that you're a citizen of America. And once you're registered, it says when you're voting in a federal election, in all instances, you have to prove you are who you say you are in order to vote. Very simple. Now, there are other provisions that may or may not be added by amendment, but those are the guts of the SAVE Act. Many, I hope not all, but many of my Democratic friends in the Senate are opposed to the SAVE Act. They say that we're setting our time on fire here in the Senate. We're just wasting the Senate's time. We're wasting precious floor time. Many of my Democratic friends say that we should read the law, that the law provides very clearly that, and has since God was a baby, that in order to vote in America, you have to be a citizen of America. My friends on the other side of the aisle have come up with this deeply weird theory that somehow this legislation punishes women in America. Because some women, not all, but some women take their spouse's name when they get married, and that somehow will, as if the women of America are not smart enough to figure it out, that somehow will impede their ability to register to vote and to vote. I don't get that part, but I hear my colleagues. My Democratic friends say that this bill is unnecessary, but it's also going to cost money, and that what we're doing in proposing it is we're wasting taxpayer money. We're taking a Great Dane-sized whiz down the leg of every taxpayer in America. And I could go on. I hear them. My Democratic friends have no claim to a high horse. Let me just say that. We wouldn't be here today passing this legislation if some of my Democratic friends had stood up to the Biden administration. But I want to make it clear, I hear my colleagues, I think they're wrong, but they're entitled to their opinion. Now let me explain what this bill is really all about. I'm not going to talk about the details of the bill. I think enough people have done that much more eloquently than I probably could. I want to tell you what this bill is about. It's about people trusting elections in America. And it's about immigration. Now, I happen to believe, and I think most Americans agree with me, that the United States of America is star-spangled awesome. I think this country is the greatest country in all of human history. I think the whole world knows it. When, Mr. President, did you last hear of somebody trying to sneak into China? The whole world wants to come to America. I consider that to be a compliment. And we have a way of welcoming them to America. It's called legal immigration. Is our legal immigration system a modicum, rather a model of efficiency? No. We need to make some changes. And maybe, hopefully, someday we will. But it works, and I'll tell you why it works. Over 1 million of our world's neighbors every year become American citizens. Nigerian doctors, Romanian plumbers, over 1 million Americans, more than any other country, we welcome to become American citizens. Now, the opposite of legal immigration is illegal immigration. Illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. We have laws against it. If you don't like them, you should change them. Our immigration statutes are not some second-tier laws that you can violate without consequence. They're the law. And I support their enforcement. And so do the vast majority of Americans. Now, how you enforce them matters. Our immigration laws should be enforced respecting human dignity. Our immigration laws should be enforced in accordance with due process. Our immigration laws should be enforced in accordance with equal protection and with the standards of reasonable suspicion clearly set forth in, I think it was 1969, a Supreme Court case called Terry v. Ohio. We should follow the law in enforcing our immigration laws. You have the right to protest. You don't have the right to protest violently. In fact, as I've said before, violence undermines the morality that the protesters say their movement is based upon. That's not an original idea. Dr. King knew that. Gandhi knew that. Mandela knew that. Violence is also dangerous. You can get hurt. And it's been my experience that most cops, and members of ICE are cops, most cops will leave you alone unless you do illegal stuff. Their job is to enforce the law. So protest all you want to, but don't do it violently. It is not going to end well. Now some have suggested that the American people are xenophobic and that they're racist when it comes to immigration. These people suggest that vetting people at the border is racist. I think it's prudent, and I think most Americans think it's prudent. Let me see if I can explain why. If I could ask these folks to keep this door shut for 10 seconds, please. Thank you. Most Americans, I read this somewhere once, most Americans look at the southern border like they look at the front door of their home. Most Americans lock their front door at night. Why do they do that? They don't lock their front door at night because they hate everybody on the outside. They lock their front door at night because they love the people on the inside. And they lock their front door because they want to know who's coming into and out of their home. And that's the way people look at the southern border. They don't hate everybody that wants to come into America. In fact, we welcome 1 million of them, but they want to know who they are. They want folks properly vetted. That's why we have immigration laws. Now, remember a few minutes ago, I said my Democratic colleagues had no claim to a high horse. Let me explain why. When President Biden was president, and by the way, I wish him well in retirement. I hope he's doing well. He's had some illnesses, cancer. I wish him well in his retirement and in his health. But when President Biden was president, either he or some of his advisors who had authority on his behalf admitted into our country millions of folks illegally from all over the world. We don't know how many, 8 million, 12 million. Some people say 30 million. I don't know how many. But President Biden, it was like the Price is Right. Come on down. You don't have to follow our immigration laws. Just come on in. Now, I don't really know who was running President Biden's immigration program. I really don't. But I know this. They were one or two things. They were either so incompetent you wouldn't put them in charge of a ham sandwich, or they believed in open borders. I think they believed in open borders. And many of my Democratic colleagues who knew better, they did not say a word. And as a result, we have millions of people in our country. We don't know who they are, but we know they're in our country illegally. And a lot of Americans are opposed to that. It's one of the reasons, I think, that Vice President Harris lost the election. Why do most Americans oppose that? Well, first, as I told you, most Americans believe in the rule of law. They understand that illegal immigration is illegal. Most Americans think it's prudent, not racist, it's prudent to vet people at the border. Most Americans understand that if you want to come to our country legally, we have a process, and that it's unfair to people who have been waiting patiently in line to be properly vetted to allow anybody who can get across the border to jump the line. Most people understand that in America, understand that viscerally. And many Americans, let's just put it on the table, Mr. President. Let's just put it down there where the goats can get it. Most Americans, nope, strike that. Many Americans believe that this was a plot. It was intentional by President Biden and some of my Democratic friends to admit people illegally into America so that perhaps at some point these folks would be indebted to the Democrats and would vote for them. I'm not saying that's true. But you've been smoking a doobie if you don't think that a lot of Americans don't believe that. They believe this was intentional. Again, I'm not saying it's true. And when we point it out, many members of the press go catatonic and foam at the mouth and say you can't say that. But they're living in la-la land. A lot of Americans believe that. And a lot of Americans believe, whether it's accurate or not, that these folks vote today. and that they undermine the sanctity of our elections. So that's what the SAVE Act is about. It's about trying to get the American people to trust our elections every year in light of the fact that President Biden and his team, with the concurrence of many of my colleagues in this chamber, admitted millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people into our country illegally. I'm not saying they were all bad people. I think many of the folks who came into our country were economic migrants. They just wanted a better life. That's why we have illegal immigration. Not all of them were Cinderella. There were a lot of criminals. There were a lot of murderers. There were a lot of sex traffickers. There were a lot of drug dealers. There were. We're trying to catch them now. But I guess the larger point is we don't know who the hell they were. Because once again, Price is right. Come on down. And so that's what this bill is meant to do. It's meant to say to the American people, look, we in Congress hear you. We want you to trust our elections. My personal feeling about getting people to trust our elections, I think if we did two things, I'm supporting this bill, but I think we ought to do two things. Number one, have a rule that says you have to prove you are who you say you are in order to vote, and I guess I would add to that in order to register to vote. And number two, we need to go back to having an election day, not election month. Because when it takes longer than just an election day, people think the worst. But the SAVE Act will help as well to restoring trust in the American system. Because you know what? Our democracy can't stand if people don't believe in the sanctity of folks that we put in charge to administer that democracy. Now let me say one last thing, Mr. President. You know, I'm in the minority on this. The majority of my colleagues on the Republican side, and I feel very confident on my Democratic side, the majority of my colleagues don't agree with me on this. But sometimes, not always, but sometimes the majority just means all the fools are on the same side. Sometimes someone in the minority can be right. That's why we have the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is not for the high school quarterback or the prom queen. The Bill of Rights is for people who see the world a different way, and they have the right to do that. So I'm in the minority on this. I don't know how this bill is going to turn out. I can't predict the future. I have to wait for it like everybody else. But if the SAVE bill doesn't pass, SAVE Act doesn't pass, and we're serious about passing it, and I think we are, Mr. President, I know you are, we need to try to pass this legislation through reconciliation. Now, you know how reconciliation works, Mr. President. It means we can pass this bill with 50 Republican votes and the Vice President to break the tie. That's how we pass the one big, beautiful bill. I would hope to get some of my Democratic friends to support us, but we don't have to have them. That's harder than I described because, as you know, Mr. President, there are parameters on reconciliation. Anything you propose through reconciliation has to be paid for. We can find the money to pay for it. And anything you pass through reconciliation has to conform with the contours of the Budget Control Act. We call that giving a provision a bird bath. And our parliamentarian decides what passes muster under the Budget Control Act and what doesn't. Now, we've got a lot of smart lawyers in the United States Senate. Every single one of them thinks they're Oliver Wendell Scalia. But we got a lot of other smart lawyers in America. Here's what I'm getting at. We have yet to try going to these smart lawyers, some in the Senate and some, believe it or not, not in the Senate, and saying, craft us a SAVE Act that will pass muster under the Budget Control Act and can be blessed by the parliamentarians. And some of my colleagues, those Oliver Wendell Scalia types, they say, Kennedy, you know, that you'll never be able to do that. They don't know. I've been here 10 years. I've seen things pass muster, survive a bird bath that I didn't think had a hope in hell. And I've seen provisions pass the parliamentarians' judgment under a bird bath that I thought, I mean, I've seen them not pass that I thought were slam dunks. You don't know till you try. And we haven't tried. And if this bill is as important as everybody says it is, and I think it is, because we're not just talking about voting, we're talking about the confidence, the trust of the American people in our elections. If this bill is as important as we say it is, we should try it through reconciliation. I haven't convinced Senator Thune of that. I haven't convinced all my colleagues on either side of the aisle. But I plan on continuing to chase them like they stole Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you listening to my explanation of what the SAVE Act. Did I mention I support the SAVE Act? Did I mention I'm a co-sponsor of the SAVE Act? I just wanted to clear that up, Mr. President. And the real reason that we're here today. So I'm done, Mr. President. What would you like me to do? Put us into a quorum call? Yeah, it's okay with you, Max? Oh, you're not Max, you're Brian. Okay. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
I recognize the senator from New Hampshire.
Your accent's not bad, Mr. President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
All right, thank you. I came to the floor this afternoon in opposition to the SAVE Act. And I must admit, listening to some of the proponents of the act talk, it doesn't sound to me like they're talking about the same piece of legislation that I understand we're going to be voting But I'll get to that in a minute. The fact is that I don't understand the timing on voting on this bill, because right now, what the families in New Hampshire are worried about is paying their grocery bills, being able to afford their rent or their mortgage, being able to heat their homes, being able to pay for child care. They're worried about the rising costs of health care premiums. And we're here debating a bill that is going to have the federal government intervening in how states operate elections in ways that make it harder for people to vote. I don't have any objection to my colleagues here who were talking about they support the SAVE Act because they believe only American citizens should vote. That's the law. Only American citizens can vote in American elections. Nobody's trying to change that. What this law is trying to do is make it harder for American citizens to vote. And I know from personal experience, because New Hampshire passed a similar law, House Bill 1569, in 2024. And then Governor Sununu signed that law, making some of the most sweeping changes in generations in how people in the Granite State vote. And we've seen the results now. We've had 2 municipal elections. We've had the elections in 2025 where our cities voted, and we've seen the town meeting elections in 2026. That law was in effect, and what we saw is that voters showed up with driver's licenses as an ID, and they were told that wasn't enough. That didn't match the requirements of the law, just like the SAVE Act says it's not enough. Women showed up with birth certificates, and they were told it didn't match their legal names, so that wasn't enough. They couldn't vote. First-time voters showed up expecting to register, and they were told they needed a passport. Each of these voters came prepared with an ID. In New Hampshire, we require photo IDs. Each of them had photo IDs, and each of them was told they didn't have what they needed. That's what this debate is about. It's about whether people who have photo IDs, who are registered to vote, can actually vote. And in our polling places in New Hampshire, in town halls and high school cafeterias and public libraries and churches and fire stations, when an eligible voter is told they don't have what they need, in many cases they're not told anything more, not what documents are missing, not how to fix it, not whether they can still vote that day. They're just told no, they can't vote. And if they can't come back because they have work or child care or transportation, then they don't get to vote, even though they're eligible. And that's what should concern all of us, Democrats and Republicans, unaffiliated voters. As I said, only American citizens should vote in American elections. Nobody's trying to change that. That's the law. It should be enforced. The question before us is straightforward. Does this SAVE Act make it easier for eligible Americans to vote or harder? Does it disenfranchise voters or ensure that people who are legitimate voters who want to vote are able to go to the polls and do that? So, to answer that question, I think we need to look at the problem this bill is meant to solve. And when you look at the data, non-citizen voting is exceedingly rare. I mean, like so rare, it's less than 1/100th of 1%. Even organizations that have gone looking for non-citizen voters have found fewer than 100 cases over more than 2 decades, over more than 20 years. Now, what the SAVE Act says you have to do in order to register to vote is that you have to have proof of citizenship that is a passport or a birth certificate. And we know that 146 million Americans, almost half of all Americans, lack a valid passport. And some of my colleagues said this was not going to affect women. Well, I'm sorry, but it is going to affect women. Because if women are married, like me, and took their husband's name, like I did, my birth certificate doesn't have my married name on my birth certificate. And not only that, I didn't have easy access when I applied for a passport, and I was an adult by the time I got a passport. I had to send away to Missouri because that's where I was born. It took me weeks to get my birth certificate. We know that about 69 million married women have taken their husband's name and they don't have birth certificates that match their current legal name. So, in New Hampshire, our Secretary of State, who has refused to comply when this administration, this Justice Department said, send us your voter rolls, he said, and the state of New Hampshire said, we're not going to do that because the state conducts our elections, we're doing this appropriately, and you don't need the voter rolls. But he said that instances of voter fraud are minuscule, and he's a Republican. I think if this were a widespread problem, we would expect a bipartisan effort to address it. But what we're considering is a very partisan bill that blocks eligible voters. More than 21 million Americans don't have easy access to documents that prove citizenship. Many don't have documents that reflect their current legal name. As I said, my birth certificate doesn't have my current legal name on it. In some cases, that means that voters have to leave and return multiple times because their documents don't match. After we passed this voter ID law in New Hampshire, I went to vote in Madbury, where I've been registered since I moved to Madbury in 1979, when we built our home there. I've run for office about 10 times. My name has been on the ballot. Everybody in the town of Madbury who's part of the voting process knows exactly who I am. I got into the polling place and they said, nope, you can't vote. We know who you are, but you got to go get your voter ID. Well, fortunately, I had left it in the car, so I went out and got it and brought it back. But for a lot of people, if they have to go home and get the documents that they need, often they're not able to get back because the polling hours in some polling places like Madbury don't go all day long. They start at 11 in the morning and they're over at 7 at night in Madbury. Now, as I said, in the municipal elections, what nonpartisan observers found was that at least 244 voters were turned away. In some communities, it was as many as 1 in 10 same-day registrants who couldn't complete the process. Women were turned away because their documents didn't match their current legal name. In March of 2025, New Hampshire Public Radio reported that Brooke Young of Derry had to make multiple trips to the polls because her documents didn't match her married name. This wasn't limited just to new voters or to people unfamiliar with the system. It included people who had participated in our elections for years, people like me. This bill prevents Americans from voting, and that's not acceptable. I think we can enforce the law. We can ensure that eligible Americans are able to vote. Today, voters already confirm they're eligible under penalty of perjury Election officials already have tools to verify that information. And in states like New Hampshire, before House Bill 1569, we had a system that allowed voters to register and yet still required documentation to be provided. For years, voters who didn't have documentation could sign a sworn affidavit and provide it after the fact. That gives local officials clear, workable standards. Right now, under the Save America Act, the affidavit that's required doesn't provide guidelines for voter registration officials to understand what's required for proof of citizenship. It creates this new bureaucratic process, but then it doesn't give state officials the details on what they need to do. This bill moves us in the direction of replacing a system that has worked in practice with one that risks turning eligible Americans away. One of my favorite examples, because it's so outrageous, of what happened in the municipal elections in New Hampshire is that we had a former Republican executive counselor. In New Hampshire, we have this position called executive council that's a carryover from colonial days. It's a 5-member elective body that approves all state contracts and all of the governor's nominees. And we had a very prominent former executive counselor, Republican, who was turned away at the polls because he didn't have the required documentation. Not because he was ineligible. He had changed wards from one ward to another, and because he had changed wards, he had been purged from the voter rolls. So he went back and got the proof of where he was living, and they said, oh no, because you've been purged, we need proof of citizenship. Again, this is somebody who had run for elective office multiple times in New Hampshire, who was well known to election officials in the Republican Party, was well known. He had to go back. He was asked to go back and get proof of his citizenship. Unfortunately, he couldn't produce that proof of citizenship in the time required before the polls closed, and so because he didn't have it, he wasn't allowed to vote. That's what happens under this law. That's the consequence of this approach. And it doesn't just affect new voters, voters unfamiliar with the process. It affects people who know the process well. It doesn't strengthen our election system, it weakens it. And at a time when my constituents in New Hampshire are paying more to heat their homes, when fuel prices are spiking, when gasoline prices are spiking, the fact that we're here debating this instead of debating how to help people address the rising cost of living, how to make their lives more affordable, instead we're debating how to make it harder for them to vote. That makes no sense. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and let's get on to addressing what our constituents are really concerned about, which is how to make their lives better, how to ensure that they can afford to feed their families, to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent, buy their gasoline, pay their bills.
President.
Recognize the senator from New Jersey.
I'm grateful for the recognition. I think we should set the scene very clearly that during the last 2 weeks since we voted on the War Powers Resolution led in a bipartisan manner by Senators Kaine and Paul, the Trump administration's unconstitutional war with Iran has evolved tremendously. In the span of just 2 weeks, 13 U.S. service members have been killed, and at least 200 of our American men and women have been injured. U.S. diplomatic posts and military facilities in the Middle East are under constant attack. The war has expanded, now impacting at least 15 different countries, from the basis of our European allies to our allies in the region. American citizens are still 2 weeks in, stranded in the region, trying to get home. Civilian casualties are increasing. And here at home, we are seeing the skyrocketing costs of basic goods, the skyrocketing costs of energy, and the skyrocketing costs we're seeing at the pumps at our gas stations. We now know the Trump administration is spending over $1 billion a day on this unauthorized war, while Americans are struggling to make ends meet here at home, and this president is throwing millions of people off of their health care. And this administration, amidst all of this, has failed to come before the United States Senate and the American people for public hearings to make its case on the biggest military war engagement since the war in Afghanistan. Now, all of us, all 100, swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America. Well, fealty to that oath is clear because the Constitution is clear. Congress has the authority to declare war and authorize the use of military force. But in this case, Congress and the United States Senate in particular has done nothing. The Senate has a solemn responsibility to assert itself along the constitutional mandate in matters of war and peace. This is why I urge my colleagues soon to support the motion to discharge Senate Joint Resolution 118. I ask for that because of what is at stake: billions of American taxpayer dollars, hundreds of American lives. What is at stake is the Constitution of the United States of America. We swore an oath. We have an obligation. This is the moment now. This is not left or right. This is a moral moment and a solemn, sacred, patriotic duty to uphold the Constitution, especially when the President of the United States of America is so willfully violating it. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from California.
I thank Senator Booker for his extraordinary leadership on this War Powers Resolution. Some of my colleagues may not know this, but I was raised in a divided household. My father was a lifelong Democrat, my mother a Republican. And there were any number of Republican elected officials who appealed to both of my parents to embody the spirit of America and the promise of this great republic. One of them was Dwight D. Eisenhower. Yes, some in my family liked him so much they helped campaign for him, like my grandfather, Harry Glovsky. I have a photograph in my office of my Pa Harry, who was a Republican county chair, walking side by side with Ike at a campaign rally. It makes me wonder what Eisenhower, the supreme Allied commander during World War II, and the man who brought peace to Europe, would have to say right now. To see our military might, our military personnel, used in a war of choice against a country with a terrible regime, but which was not attacking us and posed no imminent threat to the American people. To see a president like we have today, unwilling even when asked to comment on those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the service of this country. A president who ignores or worse, belittles a reporter who asks about them or whether more troops are going to be deployed to the region? What would he think of a Congress empowered by our framers to have the sole power to make war or refuse to do so, relegated to an afterthought in conflict after conflict after conflict? Eisenhower was a singular voice in our nation. He was a military leader who advocated strongly against the use of military power when it was not needed, when there were alternatives, someone who acknowledged the enormous cost and the lost opportunity to the country that comes with excessive spending on armaments. He is famous in his farewell address for warning of the encroaching influence of the military-industrial complex. And we should turn to that speech now to remind ourselves of where we are in this moment as we find ourselves at war once again. Eisenhower said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. The cost of one modern heavy bomber is this: a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 2 electric power plants, each serving a town of 60,000 population. It is 2 fine, fully equipped hospitals. It is some 50 miles of concrete highway. We pay for a single fighter plane with 500,000 bushels of wheat. We pay for a single destroyer with new homes that could have housed more than 8,000 people. This, I repeat, is the best way of life to be found on the road the world has been taking. This is not a way of life at all in any true sense. Under the cloud of threatening war, it is humanity hanging from a cross of iron. A theft from those who hunger and are not fed. That is what he said. And I ask my colleagues, 70 years later, has anything changed? We have taken $170 billion in food aid away from people who hunger and are not fed. And we are feeding that money into a military operation that is costing the country billions every week. Are we not seeing the money for a hospital or 10 hospitals squandered halfway around the world rather than spent here at home? President Eisenhower understood the basic trade-offs that we face when we go to war. And here's the thing. The American people are not afraid of sacrifice. In a just cause, we can marshal the strength of our people to take on any challenge, overcome any threat, defend ourselves against any foe. In a just cause. But has the case been made that this is a just cause? A necessary cause? Have we even had a debate on the subject, or a public hearing, or God forbid, a vote? Have we said on behalf of the school children who will go hungry that we are comfortable taking their meals and spending them instead on missiles? Have we agreed, as we send our sons and daughters on ships to the Strait of Hormuz, that we are willing to risk their lives, that we are ready to pay the costs at the pump and on the grocery shelf, that this is a sacrifice we are ready to make for the greater good? We have not. No, we have not agreed, because we have ducked and dodged and bobbed and weaved our way around this terrible decision, not wanting to debate the war, not wanting to even call it war. Because when we do, we acknowledge our own failure as an institution, as the Congress, to take up the matter, as if bombs falling day after day for weeks on end could be labeled as anything else but war. A war whose risks, like closing the Strait of Hormuz, or Iran's attacks on its neighbors, or the staying power of the clerical regime, were known and ignored by the president, a president whose hubris has now cost our nation dearly. What would Ike have thought? What would Ike have done? I suspect he would conclude this war was not worth its costs in casualties and lost opportunities. But if he concluded otherwise, I suspect he would have leveled with the American people about the purpose, the goals, the risks, and sought to rally us to the cause. He would have asked for the support of Congress even as he rallied the support of the nation. Had it been a just cause, had it been a necessary fight, had our nation been under attack or imminent threat of attack. Today we are in a war that the public has not backed, that the Congress has not approved, and for which the President has not made the case. A war of regime change in which the regime has not changed. A war to stop an imminent threat which did not exist. A war in which the President tells us we don't need allies, then pleads for the help of those allies to open the strait, and when they do not comply, tells us we don't need them after all. A war in which we mistakenly bombed a girls' school in Iran, in which our President told us Iran bombed its own school, and in which the administration was forced to acknowledge that simply wasn't true. A war in which the President calls for the people of Iran to rise up, that this is the best chance they will ever get, and then tells us they will be mowed down if they do. The Congress does not exist to merely implement the President's will in war or peace. It does not exist to serve as his echo chamber or dutifully stand and applaud when he addresses the joint session. The framers did not draft such an exquisite framework in which ambition was made to counter ambition, in which the power to declare war and fund war was held in one branch so as to resist the bellicose interests and instincts of the head of another branch. They did not draft such a perfect constitution with the idea that it would all be a nullity, that Congress should simply abdicate, surrender its constitutional responsibility. The founders had higher hopes for us. They had dreams for us to realize. They wagered their lives in sacred honor that we would rise to the occasion, that we possessed sufficient virtue to be self-governing, that we as a people did not need to be ruled by a despot. Were they wrong? Were they wrong? At long last, were our founders wrong? After weeks of war and billions spent and 13 service members killed and 200 injured, is it still not too late to discharge our responsibility as our founders intended, as the American people have every right to expect? This resolution gives us a chance to do that. Let us take it. I urge an aye vote on the War Powers Resolution, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. President. It wasn't too long ago that Donald Trump won the 2024 election in large part due to his promise to get our nation out of foreign wars and bring prices down for Americans across this great nation. Well, 18 days into his war of choice in Iran, that's costing taxpayers over $1 billion each day, the American people can see with their own eyes that he has broken and continues to break those promises. Gas, food, housing, basic everyday necessities, costs are skyrocketing, not falling. Wars, 13 service members are dead. Over 200 have been wounded and thousands more Americans located in the Middle East with a target on their backs because of his choice to start a war with Iran. A choice he simply had no right to make unilaterally, but that did not stop him. 13 American lives and at least $1 billion taxpayer dollars a day are far too high a price to pay for an unauthorized and needless war that Trump himself cannot even articulate a coherent or consistent justification for. So I'm here today to support the senator from New Jersey's War Powers Resolution that would reassert the American people's constitutional say over decisions of war and peace through their elected representatives and put an end to this unjustified, illegal war. And I join Senator Booker in demanding that the majority leader immediately hold public hearings that bring members of the Trump administration under oath and force them to justify why they are sending our sons and daughters into harm's way halfway around the world and tell us their plan for keeping Americans safe. The truth is, I wish I didn't have to be here doing this. And I'm angry that it's not even the first time this month that I've had to come and here to beg my Republican colleagues to do their jobs and stop shirking their constitutional duty to the American people and our troops, and hold a public hearing on the immediate risk, ongoing objectives, and plan to end Trump's illegal war of choice. Look, our troops will always do their jobs to the best of their abilities, just as they have since Operation Epic Fury began. We all agree that they are doing an incredible job in very dangerous circumstances. But they deserve leaders in Washington who will do our jobs and actually ensure that their mission is justified, actually feasible and worthy of the sacrifices we are asking them and their families to make. They don't deserve a commander-in-chief who hides his draft-dodging incompetence behind their valor by acting as if criticizing his bad and even illegal decision is the same thing as criticizing our troops. Because it is not. My Republican colleagues know as well as I do that the Constitution gave the American people the authority to send our troops to war through their elected representatives in Congress. We in these chambers are the ones tasked with deciding when and how Americans are sent into combat. We are the ones charged with that most solemn duty. Yet Trump is acting as if Article 1 simply doesn't exist, as if obeying the Constitution is optional, as if our founding document is just a yellowing, crumbling piece of paper he can crumple up at will. Refusing to allow him to get away with this should not, must not be a partisan issue. I ran for Congress so that when the drums of war started beating beneath this Capitol dome, I'd be in a position to make sure that our elected officials fully considered the true cost of war, not just in dollars and cents, but in human lives as well. Look, I am no dove. I know there are certain solemn, urgent times when our military must be called upon to defend our nation. There are certain moments when the threat in question is significant and imminent, when military force is the most effective tool at hand, when using it is necessary to protect America and her interests, and when using military force will not backfire and create more threats that it eliminates. Trump has shown no evidence that this is one of those times. He's had weeks, and while his administration avoids accountability to the public, American heroes keep dying. American diplomats have been targeted and displaced, and American families stranded in the region are fearful of their safety. And here at home, American farmers heading into planting season are facing skyrocketing costs of fertilizer and diesel fuel trapped in the Hormuz Straits, a challenge that will result in many of them losing their family farm. If they actually believe that this war is justified, then the administration needs to come to Congress and do their jobs, explain their case, and give the American people a say through their elected representatives. They need to respect the American people enough to actually tell them why they're being forced to bear the cost of this conflict. They need to prove that they've thought this through enough, that they can tell us what their plan is to stop the war and get to an end state in Iran that would make us safer, not more threatened. Then, when the case has been made, when Congress's debate is done, we must vote. It's our burden. It's our responsibility. It's the least we can do for those willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard our democracy. But until and unless they do that, we here need to do everything we can to force the administration to do their part. And we can start by passing this war powers resolution offered by Senator Booker. So to my Republican colleagues, please, join us in finally reining in unjustified war and demanding that the administration come before the American people and publicly attempt to convince us the mission is worthy of the sacrifices it requires. And then, after we've had that debate, we can show a fraction of the courage of our warriors and cast the tough vote. I yield back.
Recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm humbled to follow my colleague from Illinois. No one is more articulate on the question of the costs of war than Senator Duckworth, and I agree with everything that she said about the importance of this moment. Listen, maybe the most sacred clause in the Constitution is the war-making clause. Our founding fathers gave a lot of thought about the danger of allowing one individual to send this country into foreign conflict, to send our young men and women overseas to face harm and potential death. No, our founding fathers decided that that had to be a question answered by the American public, and that's why the decision to go to war was vested not in an executive or a monarch or a king, but in the Congress, in the People's House, and in the Senate. I think this is probably the most significant military engagement of many of our lifetimes that has gone without a debate and a vote on the Senate floor. It is extraordinary, not just that we have not had a vote, as is required by the Constitution, not just that the President persists in this action without an authorization by Congress, but that there hasn't even been a single public hearing in the Foreign Relations Committee or the Armed Services Committee to require the administration to explain to the American people and to the United States Senate why we're in this war, what the goals are, and what the end game will be. Now, I think it's extraordinary and heartbreaking and outrageous that the Senate is not doing its duty under the Constitution to require the administration to ask permission to go to war and to explain itself before Congress, but I guess I understand why. This is an attempt to hide the incompetence, the growing incompetence of this war. The President said the other day he was really surprised when Iran started bombing its neighbors. Like the first page of the briefing book that a president would get on the consequences of a major military strike on Iran would be that missiles and drones would start to be sent to American bases, American forces, and our partner forces in the region. Reports are that the president just kind of guessed that they wouldn't gum up the Strait of Hormuz. Even though the second page of that briefing book would have told you, you know what, the first thing Iran will do if you assassinate the Shia religious leader in the middle of the holy month and bomb them relentlessly day after day, hour after hour, they will close the Strait of Hormuz. No plan to protect our partners in the region. Our partners are running out of interceptors as we speak. The region is on fire. No plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It's closed today. It'll be closed tomorrow. It'll be closed the day after. Prices are going to go up for everybody in this country. The billionaires, the people who show up to have dinner with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago in the middle of the war, they'll be able to afford it. But regular people who live in Ohio and Connecticut and Illinois, they won't be able to afford these high gas prices. Every day there's a new revelation of the incompetence. Here's one from the last 24 hours. Apparently, President Trump decommissioned a bunch of our minesweepers. There was a really competent British minesweeper in the region that left days before the invasion began. We literally gave away our capability to clear the strait of mines right before we took military action that would knowingly cause the strait to be closed and mined. You can't make this up. The reason we are bringing this vote tonight, the reason that Senator Kaine did the same thing earlier, the reason that we will continue to bring these votes is because we have an obligation to have a debate, to have votes on the question of war, especially on the question of this incompetent war. I've sat in classified briefing after classified briefing, and I still have gotten no answer on how this war ends. I actually don't think any of my Republican colleagues could explain how this war ends. Apparently, a worse regime, more provocative to the region, more adversarial to U.S. interests, will remain in charge of Iran when we decide to stop bombing. Estimates are that they will be able to rebuild their missile and drone capability in months after we declare an end to the hostilities. The nuclear program will still be there because you can't bomb out of existence either knowledge or the fissile material that is buried deep under the earth. So at the end of this, we're going to have raised prices for everybody here. We're going to have cost a lot of American lives. We're going to have set on fire the region. By the way, a new war, already having killed 1,000 people, is breaking out between Israel and Lebanon. And Iran is going to be more dangerous, not less dangerous at the end. We need to debate this in our committees, on the Senate floor. And so I'm glad to stand here with Senator Booker. I don't think this will be the last time that we will have this debate. What are we doing this week? We're talking about voter fraud that doesn't exist when there's a war happening that is illegal, when prices are going through the roof. This is what we should be debating right now. This is why the Senate exists, to stand here and debate the most important questions. And what's more important than war and peace, than 13 Americans dead overseas, than the cost of war being borne by poor families here at home? This is what we should be debating this week. And so we will use our opportunity under the statute and under the rules to make sure that we have the opportunity, at least for an hour each day, to be able to talk about this incompetent, illegal, unconstitutional war with no planned end. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I'm glad to join my colleagues on the floor in support of Senator Booker's War Powers Resolution. For those who wonder what a War Powers Resolution is, it's pretty simple. It's a very short resolution just saying no war without a vote of Congress. We should not be at war with Iran without a vote of Congress. Traditionally, when a president wants to go to war, the president will give an authorization to Congress, and there will be a debate and vote in this body on that authorization. President Trump has decided to end-run the Constitution and end-run Congress by starting this war on his own, without consulting with Congress, without consulting with allies, without consulting with virtually anyone, and ignoring a lot of advice he got about why he shouldn't get us into this war. Now, many of you here know that we had a vote on a War Powers Resolution that I introduced a few days after the war began, and we fell short of the number of votes that were needed. At the time, Congress voted, don't bother us. We may be at war, and yes, the president is end-running Congress, but please don't bother us. Don't make us have a debate about whether this war should be authorized or not. So what is different today than when we voted on my War Powers Resolution 10 days to 2 weeks ago? I'll tell you what's different. 13 American troops have died. Futures cut off, families bereft and grieving. We learned yesterday that the number of Americans injured in this war, seriously injured in this war, now tops 200. Their lives potentially forever altered by this illegal and unnecessary war. We learned that a missile strike on an elementary school in Iran that killed 175 little kids was actually a strike by an American missile. President Trump said it was an Iranian missile, but we now know from the Pentagon's own evidence that the strike on this school that killed these innocent school children was an American missile. Since we had the vote on the floor on my resolution, we've seen gas prices in the United States go up by, on average, about 60 cents a gallon. Virginians, Mr. President, we buy 8 million gallons of gas a day. So the cost to Virginians daily, just in the gas increase, is nearly $5 million. The Virginians are paying every day $5 million more for gas because of this war. I talked to a prominent American airline. They're paying $25 million a day more in fuel cost than they were before the war because of the war, and they passed that on to passengers who were traveling. The economic dislocation is massive. We've seen deaths of innocent civilians, death of our own troops, injuries to our own troops, and the consequences are getting larger and larger and larger. And yet, as my colleague, Senator Murphy, says, we are still unable to get the Senate majority and the administration to agree to any public hearings where they have to answer questions that the American public has. My public in Virginia is chock full of parents of military members, chock full of spouses of military members. And they have questions about their loved ones currently deployed or who may be deployed, but the administration is afraid to have public hearings. I'm going to conclude, Mr. President, and say this. Today I learned the reason why we are not having public hearings in one of the key committees, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. We had a closed-door hearing, and Senator Murphy asked the chair, our colleague from Idaho, who is nothing if not a straight shooter. He will always give you a straight answer. Why are we not having public hearings about this war in the committees of jurisdiction, the Foreign Relations Committee and the Armed Services Committee? And the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee explained that he thought it would be counterproductive for the administration officials to be examined by senators in public about their decisions. It would be counterproductive to have to answer why you view this as worthy of sending our kids to their possible death or injury. It would be counterproductive to have to answer in public, why is this worth nearly $1 billion a day of American taxpayer money? It would be counterproductive to answer questions about, didn't you think this would cause massive economic problems for everyday American citizens? This war is being hidden and classified because the administration does not have the confidence in its own position sufficient to be willing to answer the basic questions that we all have. If our young people are being asked to risk their lives in this war, then we shouldn't be afraid to put the facts of the war before the American public where they can make a judgment about whether it's in the best interests of this nation. And that's why I'm so glad to both co-sponsor this resolution. I'll be voting for it, and we are not going to stop putting this issue before the body until the Senate does what the Senate is supposed to do, and only engage in war-making when it has been determined by Congress that is in the best interests of the country. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today on behalf of the majority of Americans who oppose President Trump's war in Iran. I also rise on behalf of the families who just want him to fulfill his promises, to lower costs and end foreign wars. Sadly, that is not what we are getting. So much of what we've seen over the last 3 weeks reminds me of our war in Iraq. We have the Trump administration claiming that Iran was weeks away from a nuclear weapon, even though last year he said we had obliterated their nuclear program. We have Donald Trump saying that he wants to liberate the Iranian people from a regime, all while Iran has installed an equally as extreme leader. We have civilians, including children, being killed by American bombs. And we have service members dying overseas for a cause that Americans do not understand. Americans are watching the start of another open-ended military conflict in the Middle East, just the kind President Trump said he would end, not start. There's one major difference, however, between this war and the Iraq war. This time around, the Trump administration hasn't even bothered to make their case to the American people. Back then, we had an open and public debate about the cost of war, the cost to the American taxpayer, the cost to our military and their families. We voted on it, and Congress held public hearings preceding that vote. Look, I voted against it, and my fears were sadly proven right. But at least the American people back then had a say in it. President Trump clearly has no interest in following the law or our Constitution or letting the American people have a say in this war. So far, my Republican colleagues have shown no interest in forcing him to do so. So we are using the tools at our disposal to try to bring some sunlight and force a debate on this illegal war of choice. Because the more people learn about this war, the less they like it, and the quicker we can end it. It is past time for this administration to come before Congress and the American people to explain why we are at war and how they plan to get us out of it. If my Republican colleagues refuse to join us, I'm prepared to keep forcing votes on this war. Congress, the people's branch, is a check and balance on any president. And right now, this president needs a serious check. Donald Trump is breaking laws, and he's breaking his promises to the American people. The president is showing us what his priorities are: starting wars and not focusing on the everyday needs of hardworking families. This war is not what the American people signed up for, and it's our job to stop it and get our country back on track. Today, we'll show our constituents who is and who isn't on the side of the American people. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution. And I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arkansas.
One of the most despicable pieces of legislation, an attack on our sacred right to vote, a voter suppression bill. These are just some of the hysterical things that Democrats have said lately about the Save America Act. I disagree, and so do most Americans. In fact, 64% of adults say that the Save America Act is a good idea and will help ensure that only eligible citizens can vote in our elections. After all, only Americans should have a say in who runs our country. Voting in our elections is a privilege and a right of American citizens, not of millions of illegal aliens who have flooded into our country under Joe Biden. Again, you don't have to take my word for it. 62% of Americans support requiring proof of citizenship to vote. The Save America Act will ensure that every voter in our elections is an American citizen. Because the bill allows numerous forms of documentation to serve as proof of citizenship, every American will be able to cast a ballot. Most Americans also agree that every voter should have a valid ID. Polls consistently show that more than 80% of voters support voter ID requirements. And I've got some bad news for my Democratic colleagues. These polls also show that 71% of Democrats support voter ID. But instead of listening to their own voters, Democrats in Washington claim that the Save America Act is, yes, Jim Crow 2.0. Apparently asking voters to confirm that they are who they say they are is racist. That's laughable. Just think about all the different places you've been asked to show your ID lately. Last weekend, I took a flight. Had to show an ID. I rented a car. Had to show an ID. I checked into a hotel. Had to show an ID. I bought medicine, over-the-counter medicine, mind you, and yes, had to show an ID. I'm very confident that Delta, Enterprise, Marriott, and Walmart don't ask me for ID because they're racist. I know they need to confirm my identity for security purposes. Buy beer at a bar, you get asked for an ID. Buy a pack of smokes at the gas station, you get asked for an ID. Open a bank account, you get asked for an ID. Oh, but the Democrats say voting is different. Voting is a constitutional right. Fair enough. Guess what? Want to exercise your Second Amendment right to buy a gun? You get asked for an ID. Want to exercise your First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances in this very building? Sorry to report, you have to show an ID if you have an appointment in the Capitol. In fact, the only reason that I can imagine Democrats would oppose the Save America Act is to make it easier to cheat in our elections. As the polling data shows, Democrats are, yet again, on the wrong side of an 80-20 issue. It's no wonder they want to ignore Americans and tilt the odds in their favor. So to the excitable Democrats who claim the Save America Act will destroy our democracy, I say the opposite is true. No nation can have a healthy democracy without secure elections. For these reasons, I urge all senators to vote for the Save America Act. Now, Mr. President, I ask consent that my following remarks appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
I'd like to take a moment up front to recognize the American heroes who have lost their lives in the line of duty as part of Operation Epic Fury. I extend my deepest condolences and offer my prayers to their families and loved ones. I also say, with absolute confidence, these American heroes will not have given their lives in vain. For 47 years, Iran's outlaw regime has waged a war of death, destruction, and terror on the United States, our friends, our allies, and indeed the civilized world. And now, after 47 years of indecision and timidity, America has finally put our foot down. President Trump has sent a clear message that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and they will never be able to threaten the rest of the world again. It's difficult, in fact impossible, to overstate just how imminent the threat from Iran was before we took action. But Democrats are now trying to twist this around by claiming the threat we faced wasn't actually imminent at all. However, our top intelligence officials disagree. Earlier today, I chaired the Intelligence Committee's annual Worldwide Threats Assessment hearing. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard testified that Iran was working to rebuild its nuclear program before Operation Epic Fury. According to her, Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained by the 12-day war and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA. But it wasn't the only threat of a nuclear program that hung over our heads. Less than 1 month ago, Iran had thousands of missiles armed and ready to hit our bases and kill Americans as far-flung as Western Europe and the Indian Ocean. Thanks to Communist China's help, Iran developed a vast missile arsenal that far exceeded the combined missile defenses of the United States, Israel, and our Arab friends. And it got much worse every single month. According to CIA Director Ratcliffe's testimony during today's hearing, if left unchecked, they would have the ability to range missiles to the continental U.S. Given these facts on the ground, we were left with no choice. Iran had already loaded and cocked the gun. What were we supposed to do? Wait until they pulled the trigger? Of course not. Iran has been an imminent threat to Americans for 47 years. Let's take a look at the record. Was the threat imminent in 1979 and the days before Iran took over our embassy and held dozens of Americans hostage for more than a year? Did Iran pose an imminent threat to more than 200 Marines before they bombed our barracks in Beirut in 1983? And did thousands of our troops who were murdered and maimed by Iran's deadly roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan face an imminent threat from the regime? I'd say so, as I think any reasonable American would. The threat to Americans was as imminent then as it was before we launched Operation Epic Fury. From a legal perspective, Operation Epic Fury was well within the President's constitutional authority and duty as a commander-in-chief to defend Americans. President Trump's objectives are clear. First, destroy Iran's vast missile arsenal and make sure Iran can't rebuild it. It's a lot easier to kill the archer on the ground than to shoot his arrows out of the sky. Second, strike at the pillars of the regime that have been propping up terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah and rebels in Yemen for decades. We're no longer chopping off the various heads of the snake so it can grow 7 more in its place. We're just going to kill the snake itself. And third, we're going to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. We will not stop until Iran's hopes for that nuclear weapon are obliterated alongside its nuclear facilities. Now, some critics claim that the President has abandoned his principles and his promises to put America first. I disagree. President Trump has been consistent in his position that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. He said this publicly as early as 2014, years before he threw his hat in the ring for president and years before the Ayatollahs tried to assassinate him. Naysayers allege that we're getting involved in another forever war. But let's get something straight. Iran is not Afghanistan and Iran is not Iraq. Well, no one has a crystal ball to predict how long military operations might last. President Trump has an exceptional track record of using targeted, indiscriminate military force to achieve concrete and defined missions. Other critics have said that Israel forced the U.S. to take military action against Iran. This is a lie, and it is contemptible. First off, I'd say no one dragged Donald Trump anywhere. And second, Prime Minister Netanyahu himself knows this well and said as much in an interview with Sean Hannity, who's known the President for decades. In fact, the President himself said he may have forced Israel's hand. For argument's sake, let's set all this aside, though, and examine the War Powers Resolution before us today. Senator Booker's resolution calls for the President to remove the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against Iran. This resolution would require the President to end highly successful strikes against Iran before our military objectives are fully achieved. Moreover, it would abandon our Israeli friends and leave them in the skies above Iran alone. In short, this resolution does more than simply attempt to score political points by condemning President Trump's actions. Its passage would handcuff our military force, leaving our troops in a sitting duck defensive posture while Iran attempts to rain down terror across the region. At this very moment, Iranian military capabilities are being destroyed. I would suggest it's the height of folly to stop now and give our enemy time to regroup. For these reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to reject the War Powers Resolution and instead support President Trump's resolute actions against the Ayatollah's regime. May God bless the President, May he protect our troops, watch over their families, and may he continue to bless the United States of America. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Well, I'll go ahead and get started. You're entitled to your opinion. This is a free country. Whether you like President Trump or not is up to you. Your view of the war is up to you. But you're not entitled to your facts. You're entitled to the facts. And here are the facts. To my Democratic colleagues, I challenge you today to prove that I'm wrong. During the negotiations to find a peaceful solution to the Iranian nuclear problem, President Trump sent Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to negotiate with the Iranians. They say, Mr. President, all they want is peaceful nuclear power, the Iranians. They've been saying that. And they should be entitled to enrich, like other countries like us, a bunch of nations enrich uranium for peaceful purposes, and they claim, why not us? Because you're cheap. The IAEA, not me, not Lindsey Graham, you've had a history of not living up to what you say about your ambitions, that your enrichment facilities are not designed to produce peaceful power, but to produce a weapon. So during the negotiations, Witkoff and Kushner offered the Iranians, listen, if you'll give us your highly enriched uranium, we will guarantee you a lifetime fuel supply for free, that you can have all the spent fuel you need to operate a peaceful power program. You don't need to enrich. And if you want to enrich for medical purposes, very limited, fine. But you can't have an enrichment program that would lead to making bomb-grade material because you're not reliable. And I would go a step further. It'd be like letting Hitler have anything. See, the difference between me and I think a lot of people here, maybe most Democratic colleagues, I think these guys are religious Nazis. Hitler wanted a master race. He wrote a book. Nobody believed him. He literally wanted to kill all the Jews, and nobody believed him. The Ayatollah's the same. The regime is built around the cult of death. They want three things to purify Islam. They're Shiites. Their number one enemy is Sunni Arabs. They think they've got the faith wrong, that they're traitors to the faith. They hate Sunnis because they're not true to the faith. And Saudi Arabia believes it. So they want to purify Islam, bend it to their will, make every Sunni reject their view of Islam and accept the Ayatollah's view. That's what they say, not me. I believe it. Number two, they want to kill all the Jews. And they openly say it. They're not hiding their disdain for Israel. They actually talk about it. They put death to Israel on, like, milk cartons. These people are serious, and you should take them serious. Like in the 30s, people didn't want to believe that Hitler meant what he said because they were tired from World War I. And they said, oh, he's just all talk. He wants this, he wants that. He wants more German-speaking territory. He's not completely crazy. You know, he's sort of just doing the Hitler thing. Well, he was completely crazy. Now, I don't know why he wanted to kill all the Jews. I don't know why Hitler thought the Aryan race is the only pure race on the planet. But a lot of people are dead because we got that wrong. Let's don't do that again. We're playing like World War II never actually happened. And you're rewriting this regime's history. From 1979, what have they done until today? What have they done to make you think they don't believe what they say? What behavior have they exhibited that they really do want to be normal? So during those negotiations, when they said no to every offer under the sun, they said something that was a fatal mistake for them. Oh, by the way, we have 460 kilograms of uranium at 60%. Now, why did they tell us that? They were trying to intimidate us and letting us know that if we don't bend to their will, we'll have a problem. Now, what's the problem? The difference between 60 and 90% enrichment is weeks, Mr. President, not months or years. And when you get to 90, that's weapons grade enrichment. That material can be turned into a nuclear weapon. 460 kilograms at 90% is enough to build 10 nuclear bombs. And I'm talking weeks, not months, to go from 60 to 90, and they were threatening to do it. So what did President Trump do? Instead of begging them not to, instead of giving them a bunch of money, bribing them not to, he blew up their enrichment facilities so they couldn't get to 90%. Called Midnight Hammer. Mr. President, I'm glad you did, and it's clear to me nobody in the Democratic Party would have done that. The question for my friends on the other side and critics within my own party, how could they have 60% enriched uranium at 460 kilograms without cheating? Everything you wanted to do to contain these people failed. The JCPO, every agreement that's been offered to restrict Iran's nuclear program failed if, in fact, they do have 460 kilograms of uranium at 60%. So here's my challenge. If you don't believe that's true, come to the floor and tell me why I'm wrong. We know that the material at 60% is under all the rubble of the enrichment facilities. And we're worried that somehow somebody's going to get it before we do. So it is a fact that they had produced enough uranium at 60%. That means they were cheating, because there's no commercial purpose for uranium to be enriched at 60%. None, zero. You don't need that to run a nuclear power program. You need nothing beyond 20. To go to 60 means you're a threshold nuclear nation. Why 60? It's just a small jump to 90, and they want to intimidate and blackmail the world. So when they told us that, we got this much at 60, Trump said, well, that's all you're going to do because I'm going to take enrichment off the table. And thank God he did. Their enrichment program has been obliterated, and they couldn't go to 90. But I think they'll come back at it, Mr. President, one day if we don't deal with it now. So that's Midnight Hammer. Epic Fury. What happened after we blew up the enrichment facilities? Within weeks, they were actually, the Iranians, trying to start over again, going deeper. What was the lesson they learned from Midnight Hammer? We're not deep enough in the ground. And here's the most telling thing. They were trying to create a new enrichment capability that did not require an air shaft. Now, why is that important? The bombs that were used, that were dropped on the enrichment facilities, went through the air shaft, penetrated and blew up the facilities deep underground. That's a testament to our air power, that the air shaft opening was about the size of a refrigerator, and we dropped bombs through those air shafts to obliterate the enrichment facilities they had. Instead of learning their lesson and let's sit down and talk about peaceful nuclear power, they went the other way, and that's just, I think that's a fact. So Epic Fury. If you do not see this as an imminent threat, then you're blind for your hatred of Trump. There are people on the left and people in my own party that are more afraid of Trump being successful than the Ayatollah having a nuclear weapon. That's sick. That is sick. When Obama took out bin Laden, I clapped like a seal. Every time he wanted to go into Syria, I was there with him and John McCain. I've tried to be bipartisan on such things. I never have ever introduced a resolution against a Democratic president under the Congressional War Powers Act to limit their ability to protect the nation, ever, because I think it's unconstitutional. I've never done to a Democrat what you constantly are doing to this Republican president. And when a Republican tried to do that, I objected. If you don't like what President Trump or any other president's doing in military matters, cut off the funding. We have the power of the purse. We could stop funding for these operations, and that would be constitutional. What we can't do, in my view, is become the commander-in-chief. You can't have 535 people becoming the commander-in-chief, and that's what the War Powers Act does. After 60 days, if Congress doesn't approve, military action stops. Basically, under the Constitution, you can be commander-in-chief for only 60 days and Congress takes over. That's not what they had in mind. Let me tell you what the founders had in mind. A single person, the president, to be commander-in-chief, and Congress to have the power of the purse and regulate the land and naval forces. That's the balance we've had all these years, and the War Powers Act is unconstitutional because it destroys that balance. But it doesn't mean Congress is out of the game. Literally, if you had a resolution or an appropriation bill denying funding for Epic Fury, I wouldn't agree with you, but you would be on sound constitutional grounds. Now, why do I oppose this? Not just because I think it's an infringement on the power of the president and an overstep by the Congress. I think it'd be really, quite frankly, dangerous not to finish this thing out. In 18 or 19 days, we have done a number on the ability of Iran to build ballistic missiles to hit us and our allies. And if you don't think they would, put yourself in the same category that miscalculated Hitler. What is it about the Iranians you think they really don't mean what they say? So we've destroyed that ability to build those missiles to come after us. And they were building 100 a month before we did this. The second thing is they have been funding Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, proxies. Hezbollah has a lot of American blood on its hands, killed 220 Marines and sailors back in the 1980s when we were in Lebanon trying to help with that civil war. They attacked our barracks. There are a lot of American blood on the hands from Afghanistan, IEDs made in Iran. So these people have been in war with us since 1979. Finally, we're pushing back. Instead of doing deals that don't work, we're trying to eliminate the threat in a responsible way. What happens next in Iran? I think the people will have a chance down the road to decide that, not me, not you. We're not going to invade Iran. We're not going to do the Iraq-Afghanistan. There's no reason to. What we want to do militarily, Mr. President, is eliminate the threats. They can't fund proxies. They can't build nuclear weapons anymore. And they can't build missiles that would terrorize us in the region and Europe. When we accomplish those three things, here's what I think will happen. We will build on what President Biden started, which is normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Now, why is that big? Senator Booker's been great on this. He's gone with me when Biden was president. I was a Republican trying to build on the Abraham Accords, see if we could get Saudi and Israel to normalize, which would be the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict. It'd be the biggest change in thousands of years, and I'd be willing to help President Biden. I was. And, you know, we've had a bipartisan team. I was part of it. Well, October the 7th came along to stop that. Now, Mr. President, we were very close to having a breakthrough on normalization. Under President Biden, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, Brett McGurk, I went over there 8 times, I think. We were close, but October 7th was designed to stop what we were trying to do. It was a nightmare for the Iranians, I think, for the Arabs and the Israelis to make peace because it changes the region forever, leaving them behind. So October the 7th was an attack by Hamas, but it couldn't happen without Iran stopping normalization, and it's worked to a great extent. The tolerance for a two-state solution in Israel is pretty low after October 7th, and the Arab world is pretty inflamed because of Gaza. But we can't let Iran win the day. So here's what I hope we can do. Keep this military campaign going, weeks, not months. Continue to degrade the ability of the IRGC to terrorize their own people, to wreak havoc in the region, and we're going to take some blows. They still have a lot of drones, they still have missiles, but less every day. Gas prices up, no small thing for somebody trying to raise a family on limited income. But I believe with all my heart, you pay now or you pay later with this regime. And we were a couple of weeks away from the Ayatollah and his crowd having weapons-grade material for 10 bombs. And you think things are bad now? I can only imagine what the world would look like if this madman and his regime actually had nuclear weapons. One, I think he would use it. If you don't believe he would kill all the Jews, that would be a mistake. Certainly the Jewish people believe that. And this idea that we were drug into the war by Israel, that's the oldest game literally in the book. If it weren't for the Jews, we'd all be better off. It's the Jews that are always getting us in trouble. What an offensive thing to say. Israel consulted with us. We do have common values, and we have a common enemy. They don't just chant death to Israel, they chant death to America, the Iranian regime. They got our blood on their hands, just not Israeli blood. So the idea that somehow that President Trump got hoodwinked by the Jews is like, enough already. If you know anything about President Trump, nothing could be further from the truth, and you're just giving life to the idea that's been around for like 2,000 years with the Jewish people. Enough. So what I hope will happen, Mr. President, we'll be steady. American people, there's going to be some pain. The region, you're going to get hit again. We've lost soldiers. God bless them. God bless the wounded, a couple of hundred, and casualties may increase. But the only thing I can tell you about the military, from my time being around it, which is most of my adult life, the worst thing you can do to a military unit is ask them to sacrifice and not finish the job. You want to help the military? Let them finish the job they believe in, that is necessary, and you get nothing for finishing second in a war with mad people, crazy people. And if you don't think the regime is built around a cult of death, then you missed a lot. They want a religious world that they run. They want a religious master race, not an Aryan ethnic master race. They want to dominate the world through their faith. And that too should scare you. I don't intend to bend to their will. I don't think Sunni Arabs are. And you know what? Most Iranians don't buy that. But they've been killed by the tens of thousands. They've had it too. So I think we're close, Mr. President, to weakening the regime to the point that we can start again with normalization talks between Saudi and Israel, which would be the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict, the biggest change in 2,000 years. And if they can't do another October 7th, then I think we may get there, building on what was done by the past administration. So just think about it. We're not going to get a normalization deal that doesn't have a Palestinian component, because MBS, the leader of Saudi Arabia, can't recognize Israel till he finds some dignified solution for the Palestinians that Israel can live with. And he wants a defense agreement with us because he wants to come our way, not Turkey, not Pakistan, a mutual defense agreement. Well, to my Democratic friends, entertain the idea of helping us get there, but you should insist that there's something there for the Palestinians, and we all have a chance here to make history. A few more weeks, not a few more months, we should be at the point, in my view, that we can start where we ended before. And Iran's efforts to deny real peace to the region will have failed. Carg Island. Seldom in the history of warfare has a country or a warring opponent had a single point of failure. All their money comes from oil and gas in Iran, the regime, and all the infrastructure virtually is on a single island. If you control that island, you control the destiny of the income to continue this war. And remember what I said. I don't know what President Trump's going to do. As to this resolution, I have a lot of admiration for Senator Booker. We're going to be friends and we'll work together where we can. I think this is the wrong signal at the wrong time. I never believed it was constitutional. I never did it as Democratic president. But we do not need to do this, because if we stop now, then we're going to pay a heavy price later. The worst possible outcome is for those 32,000 people to go to the streets and die for nothing. The worst possible outcome is to suffer and not get it right. They have a pair of twos and we have a full house. It's not a card game, but we're in a good spot. To those who have lost their lives and been injured, you died in the service of your country, making the world safer, and that's what military people sign up for. And to those who have been injured, you've been hurt trying to stop something that matters. This is not a foolish endeavor. This is something that had to be done because they were going to break out if we didn't stop them. We were really a couple of weeks away from them having enough uranium at 90% to make 10 bombs, and the world would have changed in a blink of an eye. So I'm going to oppose this resolution. I'm going to support President Trump's plan to continue to defang the regime, and I join with my Democratic colleagues, if they would like, and if Saudi Arabia and Israel want to talk about changing the Mideast forever, I would encourage you to do what I did. Let's all work together to bring about the biggest change in 2,000 years. And the reason we didn't get there in the last administration is because October 7th. It wasn't any fault of anybody else. This attack was designed to stop everything we tried before. And it would be a shame and a tremendous missed opportunity in history to let the Iranians deny the region something I think they really want, to move forward, not backward. And I'll end with this. To the American people, I know it's tough. I know the economy on the gas front is hurting. But I do believe this with every ounce of my being. If we had not done this, they would be on the path, the Iranian regime, to a nuclear capability, and they would use it. Eventually, they would use it. Or give it to somebody who would. They're no different than Hitler except this. Hitler wanted a master race to run this world, and he was denied. Only after about 50 million people died. This regime wants a master religion to dominate this world. I don't know why, but I believe them. And we're so close to getting this right. And since 1979, this regime has been built around a cult of death. A 16-year-old girl was killed last year for not having the headscarf on right, drug off a bus and beat to death. The people have been in the streets, Mr. President, slaughtered by tens of thousands. Let's not let this moment pass. Let's, in a responsible way, keep weakening this regime, giving the people down the road a chance to have a new Iran, stand with our allies, finish the job, and if you do it right, a gateway to peace will open up. And the biggest thing you can say to those who sacrificed, hurt, and died because of what you did, you created an avenue for peace that is going to change the world. So I will be voting no, but I'm going to do more than vote no. I'm going to support an outcome that will change the world. The day this regime no longer can wreak terror and havoc is a good day, and we're close to that. And the day we can get back to the peace table between Saudi Arabia and Israel will be a wonderful day. The center of Islam, Senator Booker, is Saudi Arabia. That's where the holy mosque of Mecca and Medina are. And this young man, MBS, has made a decision to go a different way, and I've had my problems with him, but I really do think he's made a decision to go a different way that will benefit the region and the world. And I hope the Israeli people understand, if you want true peace, lasting peace, you got to deal with your neighbors. Abraham Accords tells me they're willing to deal with their neighbors. Let's don't let October 7th be the final chapter. Let's make sure we punch through what happened on October 7th, and we punch through right now to get the conflict in a spot where we can truly have peace. Last thought, you'll never have peace in the Mideast. We'll never know peace here at home until this madman regime, the Ayatollah and his henchmen, organized around a cult of death, can no longer hurt us. Thank you very much. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, fellow senators, this is, I've lost count now, fourth or fifth time I've come to the floor to once again defend America against these dangerous obstructive resolutions that the Democrats have been putting out here. What they're asking us to do is to put our tail between our legs and leave the battlefield and surrender the battlefield to the Iranians. We're not going to do that. Democrats are attempting to stop the administration from keeping Americans safe through these defensive actions against Iran. Now, they say that Donald Trump started this war, or that America started this war. Neither of those are true or even close to it. This war started 47 years ago when this regime, the Iranian regime, broke into our embassy in Tehran and took as hostage a great number of American diplomats and held them for 444 days. That's how long this has been going on. Now, if that's all they did, and it was bad, one might say that it didn't deserve this action. The problem you have is, over these 47 years, the Iranians have again and again and again, and when I say Iranians, I'm talking about the administration that's there, the regimes that's there, not the Iranian people. They have again and again killed Americans. How many have they killed? They've killed in the thousands of Americans through IEDs and all kinds of other devices that they have used over these 47 years. This is not right. It needs to come to a stop. It needs to come to an end. And the president did what he did because they were very close to having a nuclear weapon. Can you imagine if we were having this debate out here and the Iranians actually had a nuclear weapon? It would be a very different place. The troops that we have in the Middle East are in danger as a result of this resolution. The resolution would put them further in danger if it passed. According to the Constitution, it's the president's duty to protect and defend the United States, which he is doing. And he did what he did because it was necessary to defend America. As I said, for 47 years, the Middle East has been progressing more and more towards peace and security. It is a very different Middle East than when I started this. All countries have moved toward the middle. All countries have moved to a much more peaceful existence in the Middle East, with one exception. And that exception, of course, is Iran. The Iranian terrorist regime aims to censor, threaten, murder anyone who questions its radical theology, but especially Americans. The Middle East has a bright future. I am more optimistic today than I have ever been about the Middle East because Iran now stands alone. There were days in the past when Iran did not stand alone, but they are standing alone now. I think people will look back at what's happened in the Middle East and see the Abraham Accords as a point in which there was considerable inflection and at a time when things changed. Our commander-in-chief is committed to see this through to the objectives that he has set out. To our brave men and women who are on the battlefield in and near Iran, we support you. You're supporting Operation Epic Fury. We support you. We have your back here. Your sacrifice does not go unnoticed, and we will continue to have your back. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again to Iran. No one is coming to help you. There is no one on this planet, not the Chinese, not the Russians, not the North Koreans, not Venezuela, not Cuba. No one on this planet is coming to help you except the 47 people that sit over here. They're trying to help you tonight. They are not going to help you. We are not going to allow these people to help Iran. To our troops that are in the battlefield, I'd say to you, we have your back. We will see that these people do not do what they're trying to do. We're not going to turn tail. We're not going to leave. The President of the United States is going to continue this until the objectives are achieved. Mr. President, fellow senators, I urge you tonight to join me in defeating this resolution, as we have done over and over again, as we will do again tonight, to stand by our troops in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey.
I'm grateful for the recognition of the President of the presiding over the Senate. I've listened carefully to my colleagues who've come down to oppose this war powers resolution that I am bringing up right now. I've listened with an open heart because many of them I've worked with on Middle East issues assiduously to bring about peace in that region. I share many of the beliefs that were expressed of the danger of Iran and their proxies, of the chaos and the harm and the lives they've taken, the instability in that region. We have worked side by side on bipartisan delegations, bipartisan work, as the Senate should function to deal with the challenges in the threat matrix that affect the United States as well as our allies. But here's the issue. We are bringing a war powers resolution to the floor to bring this to a vote and to a debate. My colleagues do not want a debate on this issue. Nothing has been scheduled. No floor debates, no hearings, no oversight, no checks and balances. This resolution seemed to almost offend my friend and chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, that how dare we bring this to the floor? Well, we have the power to bring such resolutions to the floor because of the incredible sensitivity to the idea of war powers. The idea that the power to go to war, unlike in times of despots and presidents in the United States of America, the power to go to war does not lie with one person, the President of the United States. Now, at first, there were some people trying to deny on the other side that this was a war, but tonight they showed it clear. Multiple people talked about us being at war. We, as a nation, are at war. The largest military engagement we have had since the war in Iraq. And in this war, in barely over 2 weeks, thousands of people have died. In this war, in barely 2 weeks, 200 Americans have been injured. In this war, 13 Americans have paid the ultimate price for a war that we have gone into on the decision made by one man. And the American people at large are paying costs in the billions of dollars a week. They're seeing prices at the pump, energy, consumer goods skyrocketing on top of already this president cutting their health care, cutting their food programs, cutting their veteran services. We are at war, and Americans are paying the price, and our servicemen, too many, have paid the ultimate price. And what is our constitutional obligation when the nation is making billions of dollars of expense? What is our constitutional obligation when lives are being lost every single day? What is our obligations when our brave military men and women carrying out their missions, some of them not coming home? Well, the Constitution is clear on this. There is no debate even possible. Constitution says that the war power belongs to Congress. And so I know the noble issues and ambitions of my colleagues that they mention, noble ideals like not letting Iran have a nuclear weapon, noble statements that they're making about trying to stop evil. Those are important. That is a debate we should be having, but we're not having it. It seems that my Republican colleagues, all they want to do is to try to pretend that this is business as usual. To try to ignore or even cover up all that's going on, because as my colleague who just spoke on the floor said to a bunch of us today, I do not want open hearings. I do not want executive people of the administration like the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense to have to answer questions in open hearings. They want to circumvent the Constitution. They want to go around public oversight. They want to avoid the glare, the questions of the American people. Woe to a nation, our founding fathers believed, woe to a nation that makes it so easy to go to war. They developed this government with a check and a balance. They developed this government with oversight. They developed this government with a dispersal of powers so that we could have an enduring democratic republic. But what the Republicans are saying is they want none of that. None of our constitutional obligations, no checks and balances, no oversight, no hearings, no accountability. We want to rush to war, spending billions of taxpayer dollars, costing American lives, and costing our constitutional fidelity. It's been 2 weeks since we had a war powers resolution brought up by my colleague Tim Kaine. 2 weeks, and this war has expanded. In 2 weeks, more Americans have died. In 2 weeks, more countries have been attacked. This is not just Iran being hit. It's now 11 countries have been attacked, and even some of our European allies have had their bases in the region attacked. It's been 2 weeks, and we've seen the mistakes of war. Like a school of girls being targeted and attacked, and the administration not feeling that they have to stand before Congress and be accountable for that. 2 weeks, and we've seen more soldiers perish. 2 weeks, and we now have a report that it's over 200 that have visible injuries and perhaps even more invisible injuries. Today in the Capitol, we had veterans come. Veterans of foreign wars, veterans of Afghanistan and Iraq, veterans who came to this building today to remind people in the Capitol the true costs of war. We cannot question their bravery. We cannot question their sacrifice. And they stood with us today to make the simple point: when will Congress do its job? There is something inexcusable about people who will stand in this chamber and swear an oath, not to a president, swear an oath, not to an authoritarian leader, swear an oath, not to a political party. They swore their oath, all 100 of us, to the Constitution of the United States of America. And if there's anything that is plain in that Constitution, it is that a president does not have the power to unilaterally bring a nation and its treasure, to bring a nation and its men and women into conflict without a say of Congress. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a left or right issue. It is a right or wrong. Do you stand with the Constitution of the United States of America, or do you stand with what our founders rejected, that we should be a nation where all power, especially the power that sends our soldiers into making the ultimate sacrifice, do we stand with an ideal that lies with the president and not with this body? And so I am telling you right now, those who feel that this vote is an inconvenience to them, those that feel offended that we are having an hour debate of what we're entitled to when we bring up a real powers resolution. I say to those who feel angry, how dare we try to force the Senate to focus on this war? I say to you, I don't care about your objection. We have privileges as senators, and I refuse to let business as usual go on in this body. Me and my colleagues will bring up these resolutions again and again and again as more and more Americans on both sides of the aisle see this war for what it is. One president's decision costing all Americans, costing us at our homes, around our kitchen tables, costing our budgets, and then costing the greatest cost of all, the lives of our men and women in service. In a few moments, we'll take a vote. I know what the outcome of that vote will be. But my dear friend Tim Kaine, who has brought these war powers resolutions, not just about this war, not just about our war that we declared with Venezuela or bombing ships in the Atlantic, he has called this question before, and he quoted a great faith leader. The outcome of this vote, I know what it will be, but he quoted that faith leader in saying simply, I was not called to be successful. I was called to be faithful. That's the real issue before us right now. Are we faithful to the oath that we swore to uphold the Constitution? Are we faithful to the most sacrosanct ideals of this republic? Are we faithful to the servicemen and women who also swore an oath to this Constitution and make greater sacrifices than any of the 100 of us are making today? Are we faithful to the ideals that this is not a monarchy, we do not have a king, we are a democratic republic with a constitution, and no one is above the law? This president cannot take us to war without coming through this body. He is not able to do that unless this body supplicates itself before that man and surrenders its responsibilities. Today, I say no. Today, we will vote. And whatever the outcome of that vote, we will come back here again and again with a simple demand that the world's most deliberative body must deliberate, that the branch of government that was supposed to hold the executive to account demands some accountability, that the checks and balances designed by our founders should operate, and we should check and balance his power. That what the American people want and what the American people deserve is to have a Congress that functions, and that a president that seems so cocky and confident in his taking us to war should have to come before his body, that the members of his cabinet and sit here and justify both the provocation of why we went to war and what is the end game. Because it's clear to me now that we have seen this from Libya to Afghanistan. President after president taking us to war in the Middle East and leaving chaos, instability, and terrorism and subjugation behind. This is a moral test for this body. It's not just a vote. This is a moral moment. Where do you stand? It's not whether you stand left or stand right, stand Republican or stand Democrat. The question is, do you stand with the Constitution that you swore an oath to uphold? This vote may fail, but this failure is not final, because even after this vote, there are many of us in this body that will continue to fight to uphold the Constitution and make the United States Senate do its job. Business as usual is unacceptable. This fight will continue. I would like Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, I note the absence of the quorum. I'd like to have a quorum call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Democratic leader. Oh, I didn't see.
Well, first I want to thank Senator Booker for leading this.
We're in a quorum call,
Ask
sir.
unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I want to thank Senator Booker for leading this important measure. Mr. President, 13 U.S. service members have been killed since the start of the Iran war. Another 200 have been injured. Thousands more across the Middle East have been killed or injured. We pray for all those killed and hurt. We pray for their families. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz traffic has crawled to a halt. The price of Brent crude has risen to $110 a barrel. Americans are now paying an average of $3.80 or more at the pump. And when Donald Trump was asked last week if we were towards the beginning of this war or towards the end, he said both. He said both. Enough is enough. Trump's war in Iran is turning into a disaster, and there's no end in sight. We do not know Trump's goals. We do not know Trump's timeline. We do not know what victory even looks like in his eyes. Enough is enough. A few weeks ago, Senator Kaine, Senator Schiff, Senator Paul, and I brought a simple resolution to the floor, affirming that Donald Trump cannot send our service members into war without coming to Congress first. Republicans voted no. Today, we're pushing another War Powers resolution led by Senator Booker, and I want to thank him for his leadership. To my Republican colleagues, the American people are watching. They oppose this war. They expect us to do our jobs. No more senseless wars in the Middle East. No more gas prices shooting through the roof. No more U.S. service members fighting and dying in endless wars. Enough is enough. The Senate must put a stop to it tonight. I yield the floor.
The senator from New Jersey.
Thank you very much. In an effort to uphold the Constitution and pursuant to Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 118 to direct the removal of United States armed forces from hostilities against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized, as is by the Constitution necessary by Congress.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker, moves to discharge S.J. Res. 118, a joint resolution to direct the removal of the United States armed forces from hostilities within or against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized by Congress from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Sorry. I can't do. The yeas and nays are ordered. Is there further debate on the motion?
Hearing none.
Hearing none.
Clerk will call the roll.
The clerk will call the roll. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
No.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Betterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Shaheen, Whitehouse. Mr. Wyden, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Hawley, Hovind, Justice, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Mullen, Risch, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no.
Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Ricketts, no.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Sullivan, no.
Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Bennett, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53, and the motion is not agreed to.
Sorry. Chair recognizes Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, here we find ourselves today. Just a little over 24 hours after we began consideration of the Save America Act, having passed the motion to proceed to that measure yesterday afternoon. It's important to me, and I think it's important to the American people who overwhelmingly support this measure and the policy changes it would bring about when enacted into law. We keep a running tally of the arguments being raised against it. The arguments for and against it are and properly should be monitored by the American people so that they can see what's going on. This does, after all, impact them. And it impacts them in a way that goes beyond your run-of-the-mill piece of legislation. Everything we do potentially affects the American people in one way or another, some things more than others. A simple sense of the Senate resolution, a resolution declaring National Sofa Care Week might impact them less than something raising taxes, for example. This one is in some ways upstream from all of those, because the Save America Act deals with something very fundamental. It deals with the way that the citizens are able to interact with and influence their own government. It really was the fundamental premise of the founding of our nation and the creation of our republic. In many respects, Mr. President, the Declaration of Independence, whose birthday we're about to celebrate this year, we're nearly 250 years since we became our own country, since we declared independence. And the Declaration of Independence, in addition to kicking off the creation of the greatest civilization that human history has ever recorded, it also set out a vision for the type of nation we aspired to become, and in fact have become. It established a few basic principles. In many respects, the Declaration of Independence, while not quoted as often, while not celebrated as much, and while it's maybe a step or two detached from the day-to-day operation of the government, in some respects, the Declaration of Independence is itself the picture that we look at when we assess who we are as a country. The Constitution is the frame, the structure that holds it in place, that sets the boundaries. But the Declaration provides the picture. The Declaration acknowledges the existence of popular sovereignty. It acknowledges the natural fundamental rights that God and nature's God lay before us. That acknowledges the fundamental truths about who we are and what government is in relation to us. That we have these self-evident truths, these God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the understanding that government exists for the well-being of human beings and not the other way around, and that whenever government becomes destructive of those same ends, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, for example, it is the right, it is the duty, it is the obligation to alter or abolish that government and to establish something that will secure their freedoms. Some 11 years after that document was penned, after several years, we won the war against what was then the world's last standing great superpower. In a conflict that could be analogized to David and Goliath, we were not Goliath. We were David. We were the underdog of underdogs. Somehow we managed to win that war. We established a form of government after winning that war under the Articles of Confederation. Instinctively, intuitively, we adopted a form of national government that was weak, that was meek, that was mild, in part because we had just come off of an experience with our mother country where we saw that the risk of tyranny is greater at the national level than it is at the local level. Meanwhile, during our colonial period prior to the Revolution, we had had a taste of local self-rule in a way that was somewhat different than local government had been prior to that time back in the mother country. Given how far we were removed geographically, physically, in miles from the mother country, that by itself offered a degree of independence from our London-based government. We became accustomed to it. The amount of muscle flexed by the mother country would wax and wane over time, depending on what was happening back in London, throughout the British Isles, and throughout the British Empire. During periods where there were a lot of debts to pay off, often from wars waged on multiple continents, there were times when our British overseers became more aggressive in the way they regulated us, in a way especially that they collected taxes from us, and they became more of a brooding omnipresence during those seasons. It was during one of those seasons in which the American people had decided that they had had enough and that it was time to break our ties with the mother country and become our own country. So years passed. We won the war against all odds, against all expectations. We set up the Articles of Confederation, instinctively, reflexively creating a fairly weak form of national government, but it was so weak that it couldn't perform the basic functions that we needed a national government to perform. And it was that set of circumstances that led the individuals who would write the Constitution to try to come together. They tried to come together in 1786 in Annapolis. They couldn't form a quorum, so they abandoned that project. They reconvened the following year in the late spring of 1787. By the time they formed a quorum in 1787, the heat of the season was upon them. It was unseasonably hot, and it was muggy, as Philadelphia often is during that time of year. They labored through a process that was intense, that was itself a system that you might describe almost as flying a plane while building a plane. They came together initially, ostensibly, to amend the Articles of Confederation, to correct some of these inadequacies. The inability of the national government to forestall the economic balkanization that had started to take place among the former colonies, now states, and to deal with some of the defects of the Articles of Confederation. What came out from all of that was, of course, a completely new document. And it was a document that I believe was written by the hands of wise men raised up by Almighty God unto that very purpose. But it preserved these basic tenets of popular sovereignty, of natural rights that had been articulated so well in the Declaration of Independence. And it gave them substance, it gave them form. It put in place a structure that would be there to guarantee their endurance and to make them a reality. How is this relevant to the Save America Act? Well, it has everything to do with the Save America Act. In that Constitution, predicated on the Declaration of Independence, we made clear that the people are, in fact, the sovereigns, that this is their government. It set up these three coordinate branches of government. One branch of government, the branch of government in which we operate, that makes the laws. They understood this government from the outset to be the most powerful and the most dangerous, because the other two would operate, or designed to operate, in some ways ancillary to this one. They certainly understood that this was the most dangerous branch, and we know that because it's the branch of government most routinely subject to regular elections. Every member of the House of Representatives is subject to re-election every 2 years, and a third of the members of this body are likewise up for re-election every 2 years. So it's no accident, it's not a mere coincidence, that the Founding Fathers subjected us to the most regular elections because we're the most dangerous branch. We make the laws, the executive branch implements and executes and carries out those laws. The judicial branch resolves disputes over the meaning of the laws that we put in place, where two or more parties can't agree as to what a particular provision of federal law, whether it's statutory or constitutional, might mean. For all of this to work, popular sovereignty has to be maintained, and that means a close, tight connection to the American people themselves. These elections matter. It's one of the reasons why in Article 1 of the Constitution, the part of the Constitution that sets up the legislative branch, it gives the Congress the power to establish rules with some significant limitations, but rules nonetheless that would apply nationwide with respect to the Senate, to the election of federal officials, of members of the House of Representatives and members of the Senate. Those rules would need to have nationwide application because they involve distinctively national lawmaking powers. That's why we have the power to operate here to begin with. If at any point the federal government generally, or in particular this particular branch of government, becomes untethered from the will of the people, from the elections and the decisions made in those elections concerning those who serve in the Congress of the United States, whether in the House or in the Senate, we have a problem. To the extent that our elections for these federal offices lose their legitimacy, actual or perceived or a combination of the two, we end up with problems because the government itself starts to lose its legitimacy. And it's not just that, well, it's one of the three branches that is in question in this part of the conversation. It's that this is the wellspring of everything else that happens within the U.S. government. What happens in the executive branch and what happens in the judicial branch are, in many respects, downstream from what happens in this body, in this building, whose job it is to make laws. So that's where the Save America Act comes into play. But it comes into play after decades of Congress previously adopting laws, enacting laws, putting laws in place that somewhat altered the landscape for how elections, or at least federal elections, are carried out. One of those pivotal moments that we have to keep in mind as we discuss the Save America Act is a law that was passed in 1993, a law that really, without which we wouldn't be here today having this discussion. The law passed in 1993, to which I'm referring, is the National Voter Registration Act, the NVRA, also known as the Motor Voter Law. And what it does is it allows people in the United States, in any state that participates in the NVRA process, which nearly all of the states do, with only a very small handful of holdouts, and an overwhelming super majority of the American population lives in those states that participate in it, and allows people in those participating states, when they apply for a driver's license, something that was unheard of, something that wouldn't have existed because none of the technology existed for it at the time of the American founding, but that today is more or less ubiquitous among the adult voting age American population, a driver's license. So the NVRA allows people, when applying for a driver's license in an NVRA participating state, to show up at a DMV, and as they're filling out their driver's license application, they may simultaneously register to vote. The reason Congress had authority to do that was because of our authority under Article 1 of the Constitution to set up rules governing these federal elections, to which I refer. It was a fairly simple concept, and it's been successful in many ways in helping a lot of people register to vote. There is some natural appeal to it, in that a lot of the same information that a person has to supply in order to apply for a driver's license is information similar to what one supplies when registering to vote. So there seemed to be a nice symmetry for it, and it has resulted in a whole lot of people registering to vote. A few things have changed in our laws and in our society since that law was adopted some 33 years ago. One of the things that has changed is that we do have a lot more non-citizens residing in this country right now than we did then, or perhaps at any time in American history. Some 30 million plus non-citizens reside in the United States. Between 2021 and 2025 alone, some 10 to 15 million people entered our country